Allegedly Wednesday, where all things said are said for entertainment purposes only and are alleged. Whew, have mercy. There's so much going on out here in these internet streets. But y'all, how y'all like this mat? This came from the Chanel set that I just got. I like it. It's light, it's not tacky, it's not drying to the lips, and it's not like overly nude. So, how is everybody doing? I gotta say thanks, Jada, once again. Thanks, Jada. So, y'all, what a difference a day makes. We got some things going on. I'm gonna let a few more people get in here before I mention what I written down in the book. Said I had a feeling you rock something from the Chanel package. Yeah, I kept it simple. I was gonna do a full beat, but I just didn't have the time. So I said, I'm gonna throw something on, and then eventually I'm gonna come on here with like full glam. But today just wasn't it. But I do like this though. This is a really, really comfortable nude. It's not one of those nudes where, half your face disappear and you gotta use a lot of extra lip liner. This one is cute. So let's see how many we got in here. Oh, 123. Hey, hey, hey. 123 is enough. So I know I'm gonna repeat this later, but we're just gonna, say whatever we're gonna say right now. Now, I'm mad at every last damn one of y'all. Not a one of you saw that Lisa Ray and Blueface was playing in each other's face. Not a one of y'all was gonna tell me about Lisa Ray and Blueface. I don't know what type of marketing strategy this is, okay? But stop it. That's all I got to say. It is not because he's younger, it's because it's the caliber of man he is versus the caliber of man Lisa Ray tells us that she prefers. Okay? That doesn't even make sense. It ain't even about you being a cougar. It just the whole entire vibe of it does not make sense. He said, "Girl, I didn't know myself." Listen, I'm trying to unknow it. He said the only woman that he could ever date I can't even say it. That's how I know it's a lie. He said the only woman that could ever keep him from cheating, like she's the only woman he could date that he would never cheat on. Uh, Yeah, what part of the Matrix Twilight Zone are we in? What is happening? Didn't you just age shame Hazel E and call her all types of old trollops and whatever? Didn't you just tell us that Hazel is old and she too old for her age to act like that? So isn't Lisa with her beautiful self more mature than Hazel E? I'm. You say I grew up watching Diamonds on Players Club. You gonna always be Diamond to me. I don't know. Said people gonna lose respect for Lisa if she keep it up. Child, I thought that I was being punked. I really did. I thought I was being punked. I said there is no reason for the both of them to even be at the same event. It's what am I witnessing here? How is this on the internet? The Queen of White will take a smudge to her rep. Amanda, the fairy godmother. Nice to see you in here." So she ignored him. It was some awards event. He said she was the one that he wouldn't cheat on. I said, like, like, do you know how to not at all? Like, you couldn't even not cheat on yourself. Child, I was all done. I just had to say something to y'all because y'all ain't say nothing to me. Jay-Z working with Target. Yes, we're gonna get into that. I think I'm gonna make that the last one of the evening because there is a huge, I mean, a huge backlash coming against Jay-Z right now due to him deciding to release the Reasonable Doubt anniversary album at Target, while everybody is saying we don't mess with them, we don't shop over there, they don't respect us, so we are not giving them our money. He decides to do a launch, which feels very, very Kaepernistic of him. I put that together right quick because I mean, didn't you tell us we should be over kneeling, and then you took a job allegedly after telling somebody not to take the job because they were supposed to be in support of the person that's kneeling, and that person had an afro when they were kneeling, and now you have an afro, and you've shown up again in a place and space where people that look like us are saying, listen, stop playing in our face, stop disrespecting us, stop mistreating us. And you said, oh, I don't care what none of them said. Let's sell my album and make it exclusive. We're going to sell all my vinyls here. Yeah, we're going to tap into that. We're going to tap into Jay-Z working with Tarjay. Did Young Miami still spin that from rapper Primo? Child, the internet is now she told us that Tyler stole Put Me in Chanel, honey. Now we're hearing that rapper Primo may have been the one that came up with Spin That, the Bandit theme song. If you a schemer, a scammer, a card cracker, that is your anthem. He said, with the orange thing in your hair. That's still, oh, my comb. Thank you. I didn't even realize I still had this back here. Thank you. Rat tail comb. Oh my gosh. That's how fast I had to get to the table. You said I was losing my mind trying to figure it out. Stefan and Cardi broke up again, allegedly. Now, um, it's been said that she said she was already done with him and they were already over. And if that's the case, what was the yelling for down to the coffee shop? Where you yelling about this chick? Was it the chef? Was it her? Was it her? Was it him? Yes, the him allegedly could possibly be an OnlyFans adult entertainer who is dropping hints that they used to have I guess a famous athlete boo who blew up, a couple of years ago and they had to separate. Yes, we might get into that. Tony Yayo, child, this one almost slapped me off my couch. Hmm. Tony Yayo said Diddy tried to bang him back in 2012. Now, hate to have to put that word there, but he said that Diddy tried to give him the shrimp cocktail. He tried to give him all of his 2 minutes and 2 seconds and 2 inches of thunder. I'm not making this up. I literally took a commercial break in my own mind when I read this on my screen. I said, "Excuse me." Like I mean, I want everybody to be comfortable. I want everybody to be able to tell their story. I just I don't know if I need to hear all these stories. I just child. Um and DL Hughley. Okay, DL Hughley came for Jay-Z. He shared a clip from Funky Dineva, who is a YouTube content creator. And Funky Dineva called for the cancellation of Jay-Z and pretty much said that they can get it too because you can't be sitting here with him, you know, mistreating the community and selling us out and acting like this is not a thing and it's not important. So he compared her to the white woman who goes home to the Trump supporter husband who raised the Trump supporter sons, but I guess she's nice. She's supposed to be the ally. I said, well, damn. Okay. Uh, okay. And last but not least, looks like Megan might be suing DJ Academics. Why you say? Because DJ Academics is alleging that the streets are saying that she's a pass around, a pancake, a flipper, a bop shwap, bop shwap. Yes. So it is alleged that she could be now taking DJ Academics to court because of a commentary that he did attached to her and Clay Thompson. And he kind of ran down what might possibly be her roster. Now, we don't know if that's her extra, her actual roster. Pardon me. We don't know if that's her actual roster. Um, it could be way smaller, it could be way bigger. We don't know. We have no idea what her cookie mileage could possibly be. We don't know. I mean, he might know something. I don't know. I know I don't know for entertainment purposes only. Everything said is alleged. I don't know if it's high mileage. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not for sure. But he gave, pretty much a loose diagram of what could be a day in a life and a walk with the stallion. And said that he couldn't understand, and I'm paraphrasing, he couldn't understand why Clay would have even made that an option. And I said, well, all right. So apparently she didn't like that too much. And, she's still trying to put the Florida squeeze on Milagro, trying to. It's like I've never heard of some of this stuff that they're trying to do. And not because I'm not, I'm someone that's well versed, but I'm kind of thrown off by her lane, her tactics, the way that she's executing things, because you want the court to force Milagro to pay a bail, like like a bond for what? For what? If you want her to pay that, how do you expect her to pay you for what you're already asking for. You're gonna mess around and force the whole case to be overturned. Now, on behalf of Milagro, hey, bust up and get this money. Okay, if you're from Detroit, Icewood it out. Okay. Um, Child, why would you keep poking and poking and poking until you give your opponent what could possibly be an upper hand? Says she tried to call Millie a bully, but she looks like the bully. It looked like something. So now that I got, let's see, we got 256 in here. I'm gonna reread this list. I don't think I'm gonna do. Let's see, I ain't gonna touch that one. Okay, so we got Jay Z working for Target. That's gonna be the last one of the evening. Did Young Miami still spin that from a rapper named Primo? Stefan and Cardi broke up again. Yes, child again, allegedly. Tony Yayo says Diddy tried to crack him, tried to, flip his cakes back in 2012. DL Hughley and his feelings towards Jay Z due to him sharing a video, a post from content creator Funky Dineva asking for the cancellation of Jay Z, and Meg suing academics allegedly for defamation. It said, not you call Busby on her. Oh, Lord, who called Busby? Lord, Busby gonna stay busy. I was trying to go back and see what y'all was talking about, but look like it's a ways back. Okay, okay, okay. So now we can go ahead and get the show started. Oop, damn it, Parallax. Sound like you've been over there talking to academics allegedly. So let's see. Stefan and Cardi, we'll make them first up because I mean, it's like breakup where y'all actually together. Their whole situation is so wide open. It's the biggest gray area ever. So I don't even know what to call them. I just it seemed like two people that had fun and ended up stuck with responsibilities. It don't feel like they had a thing. All right, get this hair out the way. Let's see, what deck am I going to use? This one shouldn't take too long. Said he works the offset. Oh shoot, I'm seeing some tea down here in the chat. I think he should know about her. Um, if for nothing else, for research purposes, for sure. You said you have to book with me? Email me at angelkissestheoracle@gmail.com. Let me know if it's a morning or appointment or afternoon appointment that you're looking for, and we'll get you something booked as soon as possible. So let's look into the current energy around Cardi and Stefan doing what the hell he wants to do digs. Now, I told y'all that he was going to be very, very strategic that you should expect for him to either allegedly have stories come out in the media or expect him to, be in the media more when it comes to him and her because he's being strategic. And when you listen to his media answers, he's very well trained when it comes to how to speak to the media because he gives you a whole lot of nothing and everything with a sprinkle of "I'll talk to you next time." So I paid attention to the things that he avoided when he talked to the TMZ reporter. That was more important to me than what he was actually answering. So when that question was slipped in about Offset wanting to test his son, I said, bingo, bingo, here we go. Here we go. Now we stirring the pot. Are you and Cardi B together? You got to ask her. What type of man that wants to be with you and proclaims you as his says you got to ask her? I've been claimed by people that I don't even know. Y'all got a baby and you can't get claimed out in public. That is crazy to me. You got to ask her, child. Let's see what the energy is around the both of them. Eight of Cups. Walking away from somebody after wounded warrior. That makes sense. After trying and trying and trying, fighting and battling with somebody, trying to make something work, eventually you finally walk away. This is somebody who thought they were going to make something happen by hook or crook and then finally have to accept it ain't worth it. It ain't happening. It's not going in the direction you wanted to go in. So it seems like they haven't talked in a minute. So her saying that recently or her representative saying that feels accurate. I don't think she wanted us to know that, but it feels accurate. Said at least said at least Offset claimed her. Absolutely, he sure did. Now he didn't act right worth a damn, but he proclaimed, he provided, he stand 10 toes for her. His problem was with his belt loops and his belt buckle. And, he could handle that. He would have made a great husband, but he was outside. That appearance don't mean they was together. That was just that. So you got to see the other footage from that appearance. Like she was trying to hold his hand walking in, and he was trying to push her hand, and eventually he took his hand and put it in his pocket. See, when a man wants to claim you, he stands in your space. He becomes territorial. He'll slide his, hand around your waist and kind of like pull you into him. He only did what he needed to do on the step and repeat with her. He treated it as a media opportunity, not a relationship situation. And I paid attention to that and I said, damn, I think she might have played herself. Yes, marketing. Like I think she might have played herself coming to this damn event because here it is. You see them taking the pictures that are going out in the media, and he's giving her the energy that she wants. But when those cameras are not on them, he's doing everything he got to do to put his hand in his pocket because he don't want her holding his hand. That said more to me than anything. Men that like you initiate contact and they close in into your space. So it seems like somebody tried to heal the situation. They tried to work it out. Ten of Pentacles, put a lot into it, may have spent a lot of money. I don't get this on his side. He doesn't give me, I put it like this. He will pay for experiences before he will just outright trick, if that makes sense. This is somebody who won't mind, okay, well, we could take a trip and go here, but to actually take the money and put it in your hand is different. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, the world and the death card. Y'all, this is not what time is it? Somebody call this relationship at 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. It is officially allegedly dead. You got the world here and the death card, which means an ending and you have to transition and go off into something else. It's like he's forcing her hand. She may have been forcing his hand, popping up at events and showing her face and showing everybody that they're together, but he's forcing her hand because it's like, oh, okay, well, we together. Let's see then. And it's getting to the point to where she's not going to be able to survive this due to humiliation. But he's the type that's willing to see, oh, you say you like it hot? Okay, well, walk with me through the fire. How far can you go? Yeah, Five of Swords. He's like, this Five of Swords to the world is like, I'm not about to argue with you no more. This is what I'm not about to do. Yeah, no more arguing and fighting. Oh Lord. So this may have gotten really ugly behind the scenes with the both of them. And that makes even more sense why he's out here being, the fashionista out here in the media, child, because he wants to get out here and put his best foot forward and show that he's the calm, collected, cool one. So he's definitely playing his position. He's playing his role, as far as I'm concerned, in my opinion. Mm-mm. Uh, the Hermit in reverse at the bottom of my deck. I just turned it around. So yeah, he's not alone, but she is, allegedly. I don't think he's ever been alone. Yeah, Seven of Swords. They did a lot of what feels like arguing over not being able to trust somebody. Five of Swords to the Seven of Swords, the Ten of Cups, and not being able to trust somebody's family. So it's like she may be feeling like the family is playing in her face as well. At the end of the day, child, that's his family. You're not, etched in stone in his family. You're married to a whole nother man. It's his family. So I don't know what you expect from his family. He's shady, they shady. He act iffy, they act iffy. They are family. Having a baby will not make the family like you, child. So Six of Wands, this is being forced to move on, towards victory. The Hermit, leaving you by yourself. So literally should stay with her husband. I'm not gonna say she should have stayed with her husband, but I will say this is, where you realize that you have to learn how to be comfortable in your own skin. You gotta learn how to be alone. You gotta learn how to be single and not lonely. You can be in a relationship and be lonely. So it's like I don't think she's learned how to be in, you know, just single by herself, date herself. So I wonder she will take him. Hold on, I wonder will she take him to court for child support? He would love for her to take him to court for child support because the court is going to make him have to take a test. So having a baby in a toxic relationship only makes the relationship complicated. Yeah, way more complicated. He said, but a wife from BM is crazy. Well, she's still somebody else's wife. They haven't gotten a divorce yet. So this is very interesting. And speaking of that, Jay, my God, Akbar got her again. Child, Akbar got her a damn again. I knew once I found out Akbar was a Leo, it was over. I was like, Akbar got her again and made the whole chorus about you, the most catchiest part of the song. Yo, how I feel. Damn, Akbar. Akbar said, you gonna get in this booth. You gonna acknowledge me. This is a song you can't take down. Whoo, whoo, Lord. I wonder how T.I. felt when he heard that come out. T.I. like she took Rubber Band Man. Oh, okay, well shit. It's Atlanta over everybody then. Damn, that's crazy. Whoo, whoo, you said and did and do. Child, listen. Akbar is not here to play. Akbar is not here to play. I knew the moment I found out she was a Leo. I said, Cardi don't want this. Because the one thing about a Leo is a Leo will be quiet for a long time. But when they come outside, everybody coming outside. You gonna come outside, your mama gonna come outside, your daddy gonna come outside. Everybody is coming outside. I'm gonna make all of y'all want to fight me. Child. Oh, did you see the paperwork where they allege Clifford held a pow pow to someone's head at a kid's B-day party? I did not see that paperwork, and damn, that is crazy. Said Akbar will argue with the trash can and win. So, Page of Swords and Six of Pentacles. So he's very mindful, okay? And this is what Cardi needs to understand about Stefan. Stefan is very mindful of people watching and how he's being seen and given equal reciprocity, okay? So Six of Pentacles, normally would talk about, windfalls of cash, right? Money unearned. But when you're talking about relationship, this is equal give and take. So he's very mindful of how he's seen when he gives equal reciprocity. So he's not, if he can help it, going to ever be caught in a position where he's going to give her crazy just as good as she gives him if he knows he's being seen. He's always going to be very mindful of who's watching, who's around, and if he's being seen. And that's something that she has to be careful with because he'll let her go cuckoo, for bananas and know, okay, there's somebody over here, somebody over here, somebody over here. He scanned the whole entire environment. And he'll sit there and pretend to be calm. Like, and the crazy thing is, like I don't know if I'm channeling this correctly. My people that are intuitive, you let me know. It's almost like he'll play it calm. His exterior is calm, but on the inside, it's like it's not even just about getting riled up. It's like he gets turned on. Like, yeah, yeah, okay, okay, oh, okay, you on that shit then, you on that, let me see it then. Like he wants you to crash out. So this is a really interesting dynamic. Damn, King of Pentacles, King of Cups. So, she's very, very hurt, very deep in her feelings, but she can't say anything because she was going to push this as far as she could because this was supposed to be her, her forever or her exit plan. This was like in her head going to be her next husband. She really, really thought, hold on, y'all got stuff flying across the table. Even the lip gloss is like, girl, I know you lying. I'm listen, lip gloss, it is what it is. Yeah, she just knew she was gonna make this her forever, her next husband, and this is not working by far the way she thought it was gonna work. Yeah, Eight of Pentacles. This is all he focused on. That's why somebody talking about work. This is all he's focused on is work. Like, let me get my bag up. I got to get back to work. And here it is, the Hermit. So either way it goes, he wasn't dealing with her anyway. He had already filled up his time. He's like, I'm going to work. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And it feels like it's more so his energy that doesn't want to be bothered. It's not hers. His energy is like, I could take it or leave it, don't really make a difference to me whether you here or not. Somebody gonna be here. So it's like, yet again, it's just not the optic that she would want it to be. But it is what it is. People have free will. If you know he out there, he out there. You're gonna either deal with him out there or you're just going to move on. So, say he's traumatized from her celebrity bringing all that attention to him. I think to a certain extent that's correct, because he's been doing him all this time. Just the general public didn't have all the details. Yeah, seven of wands. So this is somebody that's like, either being defensive, standing up for themselves, walking. Yes. So he sees this as defending himself, okay? Protecting himself against his baby mama, the Empress. Y'all, he's going to put her in a position, and I got to say, this is for entertainment purposes only, all things said or alleged. He's going to put her in a position to look very volatile and make it appear to be that he could have suffered from domestic, situations, okay, DV. And this is why she needs to be very careful about outbursts around him because he will, expound upon that narrative. And he does it in a way where he's aloof, where he won't say anything where it counts, but he'll say enough to give you an inference to let you run with it. He's very good with that. And that's his, it's like wish fulfillment. Like she wanted to heal this situation. Two of Pentacles. He was the one that was like, I don't know about that. And to my ladies out here, I know some of y'all don't know sports, you don't know football, not all of y'all, because I got a well-rounded bunch. But where do y'all keep getting this from that Cardi got more money than Steph? Now we don't know if Stefan got good money management. We don't know him that way. But hasn't this man been in the league almost 10 years making $69 million a year without endorsements? Isn't she supposed to be worth 101 million overall accumulative? So how does 69 million a year without endorsements end up to be less than 100 million accumulative? And we're talking about, properties, cars, bags, not just bank account, things of that nature. You said, well, Google says it, so people go with that. Google cannot go to his bank and guarantee how much money he has. We know what Google estimates by, his homes, his vehicles, things of that nature, because they look at all of that as a part of your, your net worth. We don't know how his money really run. People just assume. Since she's not even worth 101 million, that website they reference isn't an official net worth site. Point taken. See, even with that. Hey, Millie the Mystic. Yep, you said, hell, we don't know her numbers are real because all she do is lie down. So you could not go off of Google. It's only what it fed to them. Right. She says she spills $1 million a month. She just might. I mean, hell, she's got multiple properties. She's got family on payroll. It's a lot going on with her financially. So, I mean, I could believe that. I just hope that it's coming in way more than what's going out. But I just felt like I had to say that because there's so many ladies that regurgitate that. And it's like, how do y'all keep coming up with these figures? Just because you don't watch him and you don't know him doesn't mean that he's not relevant or he doesn't have any money because you don't know about him. That's really, really, kind of simple minded. I mean, we gotta keep it a buck. Like that don't make sense. Said it's the same as Megan and Clay. Well, I don't think he got Clay money, but I don't think his money is the way that a lot of these people think his money is. But good analogy for sure. Because please believe it, if she had more money than him and they're not married, child, she ain't about to be running behind him, letting him keep making her look crazy like this. We're talking about somebody who can date up in the upper echelon without a problem. So we got the Two of Swords here falling under the world, which means, yeah, this was a sharp cutoff, automatic cutoff, clean cutoff. Um, like, no, thank you. Your services are no longer needed. The Hermit. This almost feel like being ghosted. Like I see you on Sunday and then I'll hear back from you until Friday. And, Friday we only talk for a few minutes and then boom, next thing I know, your number has changed. Like it feels abrupt. It almost feels like to the point to where you got to keep in touch with his mother to report back about the baby. Like there's a lot going on here. Five of Swords, the Ten of Wands. So it's like Cardi, the energy is like she's been going through it, especially since we saw that public display, that public argument. And it feels like the argument back then was about him juggling her. So we got to say allegedly and for entertainment purposes only. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, she's been mighty quiet, but it feels like she's been quiet because he has the upper hand and she don't want him to play in her face and drop this news. But he's been sophisticatedly, dropping little breadcrumbs in these interviews, these little pop-ups that he's been doing. Notice, like I said, what type of man, you just had a baby with this man, and they're saying, are you and this person together? And it's like, oh, you gotta ask her. How do you what? You gotta ask her. Child, come on now. Seven of Swords, Four of Cups, either being rejected or feeling rejected by somebody that you can't trust, falling under the Seven of Swords. King of Cups, very deep in your feelings and your emotions, but not saying anything. Yeah, she's hurt. But it's like this is going to force her to move on. And it feels like that's what he wanted to happen. This is one of those type of people that try to make it seem like it's your idea for the breakup. But at this point in time, child, this is him moving on. He's the one saying he's done. So I don't know how everybody keeps getting this narrative that she broke up with him. I mean, I do see they're not together, so I mean that's the bigger picture, right? But it looks like he's the one that made the deciding factor. He decided to move on and to go do him. So this seems like why she's so crazy, why she's so quiet about it. There we go. It seems like that's why she's so quiet about it, is because it's him that made the decision, not her. She just had to roll with the punches. Page of Swords, the Empress, the King of Cups. I mean, excuse me, Empress and the King of Cups. So this is a weird dynamic here because it's like she keeps her eye on him. She knows what's going on with him, but it's like he keeps his eye on her. But for him to keep his eye on her, it's like he keeps his eye on her to keep ahead of her, if that makes sense. He keeps his eye on her so he can always be steps ahead of her. But she's watching him to see, what he's doing, who he's with. Child, don't torture yourself like that. Before I sit up and watch you with somebody else, honey, I will unfollow you. Are you over there happy? Child, do you? Do you? I'm not about to sit up and try to see what you're doing with somebody else. I will go and see somebody else. So it looks like she was waiting, expecting an apology. And I guess, for him to come through and like I guess she's not realizing that this ain't Offset. We gonna just say that all together. This ain't Set. See, Set will come back and apologize and bring you a gift. I'm sorry for being a piece of shit ass individual. Here's a bag. Here goes some money. Here goes some jewelry. Now I'm gonna go out and cheat again and come back later and apologize and buy you something else. Like this is not that dynamic. She waited for him to apologize, and she gonna hold her breath until she turned bluer than a blueberry. It's a fact, so that's why she followed Playboy Cardi GL sleeping with Stefan. Allegedly, that's the rumor, and it's been out for a few months. But I mean, I guess that's the new thing nowadays. These girls love these guys that love these guys. Allegedly, straight men. Do y'all still have women chasing y'all? Like, hmm. Hmm. Because Hollywood will have you thinking that women just need to have a man that got a man. I guess that's what they doing this year. But child, he focusing on work and he look like he look like he got him a new love connection. Oh, this hurt. He's actually feeling this girl. And it's like don't know which way to go because child, he ain't just seeing somebody else. You realizing that he done caught feelings with this person, and you don't know how this is gonna move forward. Um, child, what Kalani say? Your clothes are folded. Just pick up your folded clothes and keep on going. But now that I think about it, hold on, wait a damn minute. So it's pictures of Geo at this man's house, allegedly, but it's not a picture of you even in his driveway and you got a baby with him. But you told us this was your boyfriend that you was in love with. Child. Hold on. Stefan, were you the one took this damn picture? Were you the one put this damn picture out, Stefan? Did you put this out? Cause why would you let this girl put out a picture at your house and y'all ain't supposed to even know each other like that? Did you put this? Did you put this out? We got the Six of Pentacles here and the Chariot. Oh, let's just say it feels very incentivized to help move something along. Child, i- if can you get the hint is a person, this is not right. But if somebody keeps showing you they don't want to be bothered with you and they keep playing with you, it's up to you. You keep letting them do it. Because to me, Super Bowl said everything that needed to be said. Hell, her birthday said all the things that need to be said. Because, I mean, best friends for life, Prisky, and he didn't tell you nothing. Child, that just literally did a cartwheel out the moon. Now, I'm going to leave this out for interpretation. Before I say anything, my tarot people, hit me in the chat and tell me what you think this is saying. The moon and the five of pentacles. What y'all think this is saying? Ooh, mercy. Okay, Aja. Okay, Princess Pooh. This couldn't have happened at a worse time. Okay. Remember what I just said earlier. No woman who has that much more than a man is going to lower herself and allow that man to treat her in such a way, especially publicly, unless there is some type of, you know, incentive, es- even if it's on the back end. So, child, Eight of Swords, like literally heavy in your thoughts, prisoner of your thoughts, the lovers. Like she can't stop thinking right now. Like, yeah, I'm telling you, it feels like he cut her off. Like he was the one who decided that this was over. And like it's literally she can't get it off her mind. That's what this feels like, allegedly for entertainment purposes only. Said, I bet Stefan's BMs have Kiki's party at her weekly because they knew their place and part in the circle. Child said that's why she's harassing Tasha K. But didn't I tell y'all the tea wasn't gonna come from Tasha K? We didn't get none of this from Tasha K. I told y'all that everything was gonna start hitting the fan, more and more was gonna come out, and it wouldn't have anything to do with Tasha K. Mm-mm. Oh, you said that's why she was out with Quavo. Ten of Swords. This ultimate betrayal. Like going through hella burdens, arguing. Knight of Cups. So this Knight of Cups, the ultimate betrayal, feels like he may have hooked up with somebody that's close to her that she knows, um, that we may not know about, allegedly. Yeah, this is like can't trust the person, rejecting them and moving on, ghosting them, leaving them behind. So it's like he don't even feel like he can trust her. It's so I don't know why he feels like he can't trust her, but I feel like he's discovered that he can't trust her and he's moving on. Yeah, the devil, three of swords. I told y'all this ain't set. She finding out she can't play with him the way she play with Set. This man play hardball. He play for keeps. And he don't get emotional. Not in the way that she does. Ooh, that's a word right there. I said, notice how she's the one with the money problems, but Nikki is the one that gets the broke allegations. Ace of Wands. Yeah, it's like things happen swiftly. And it's like he looks at her as somebody who wanted to use him for the money. So he's someone that's very perceptive. Uh he doesn't like I said, y'all, he don't spend money the way that she would like him to spend money. And that's not saying he don't spend nothing, but it's like if she went into this thinking that he was just gonna be a trick, he was gonna just that's not what she was getting out of this. He said, "I give you the D, but money, yeah." Five of Five of Wands talks about physical fighting, so it looks like she may have tried to fight him, and this feels like when he cut her off, when he ghosted her. So ain't that about nothing? You get cut off by a man who's accused of allegedly putting hands on multiple people. Yeah, he's thinking about his stability and he knows he has more legal problems to come that could cost him a lot of money. So yeah, he this is why he don't trust being around her. He don't want to catch he's not trying to catch any cases and he sees her as somebody that'll get him in trouble. So he's focusing on getting back to work, handling these legal problems, getting his money up and getting his stability together. But y'all don't be surprised if he just happened to pop out like married or something like just out of nowhere. So I'm going to get out of that. I'm gonna switch the deck and ask about the energy between her and Quavo out at the bar because it's just the energy between her and Quavo has always seemed to be a little bit strange or off. So let's see what we're gonna use. The curiosity. Uh-oh, the curiosity deck, Oracle deck. Show me the energy between Cardi B and Quavo. Toxic ties. Well, I'll be trusted friend and toxic ties. I said the energy between them is complicated. It says this isn't a victim villain story. It's a messy entanglement where both sides are contributing to the destruction. boiling point. Pressure has been building for too long. This situation is one spark away from a full blown combustion, pulling strings. So if she's doing this to make people jealous, to get a rise out of people, this is blowing up in her face. And it's going to blow up in her face in a way to where you're going to see her online ranting again, talking about people crazy. They won't leave her alone. But people are going to start holding her feet to the fire for being toxic. And this is what she's not going to be used to or ready for. Consequences. Yep. No more running. The karma is catching up and someone's being held accountable. And that's what I just told y'all. Her feet are being held to the fire. People are going to hold her accountable for being messy, um, making bank. So she could be trying to say, oh, well, that's family. We decided we was going to do a song together, like something to make it seem like it's a reason for her and her supposed to be soon to be ex-husband family in the club together. Um, but it's like people are going to start calling a thing with Cardi, and she's, like I said, she's not going to be ready for it. Falling. Child, why is this here? Why is this here? Why is this here? Why is the falling in love card here? Listen, if you pay attention long enough, people will tell you everything you need to know. Now, here she is in the club being recorded dancing to Drake, okay, which is a silent dig at Nicki, whatever. But go back and look at that video and pay attention to Quavo. Quavo looked like he did not look like he was comfortable knowing that he was being recorded. If it ain't nothing going on, Quavo, why you looking like, oh shit, somebody done pulled out a phone? Because I mean, if you and Set on speaking terms, you could have texted him and said, "Hey, yo, Set, I'm in the club. I ran into your wife. Just wanted to say something to you before it hit the media. No big deal." You, oh, you said this is get back for Sweetie. Listen, women got to understand that you got to do better than using your cookie jar for good get back. Because all that does is give you extra miles, slut and smut you out, and make you look crazy. At the end of the day, it's gonna be bros before hoes. And even if they fall out with each other and they never talk to each other again, you still are going to be ass out on the short end of the stick. So don't use your cookie as a damn bargaining chip, because you're gonna always walk away with crumbs. It don't make sense to use your box as get back. It just don't. Because both men, when it's all said and done, it's like, well, I hit and I hit. Okay, well, we all smash. So we got throwing shade and living large. So it was like she intended for this video to get out, to make it, circulate to ruffle feathers, allegedly. Good karma. Well, it's in reverse. I don't know if there's a such thing as good karma. You mean dharma? Because dharma is when you get your blessings. So if it's supposed to be Dharma is in reverse, it's like you're gonna get karma for this. It's gonna backfire. And it's like, oh well, we just cool, trusted friend. It's like, nah, that look real suspicious. So it's not going to go over the way that she wants it to. And really it's like you playing a game in your 30s that you should have been over with a long time ago. You're in your 30s still trying to make people jealous or still trying to make people feel some type of way. You got a lot of growing up to do. Because somebody who really got their stuff together, they not about to play them games with you. Erase, replace, new face. Too many other options out here to be out here going back and forth doing stuff that can possibly get you locked up. Said they were spotted at Super Bowl hanging too. Hmm. Yeah, that is childish and immature. I will agree to that. So you got sober life, double life. That's interesting because sober life and double life. If this is sober life, okay, which means everything is on the up and up, because they're in the club, we know they're turning up. But if everything is on the up and up, right? Why do you get double life? What's going on here? It's like there's more to this story. Said that's not the first time her and Quavo been seen partying together. So what's new about this? I noticed how uncomfortable he looked when he realized they were being recorded. That said everything to me. It's like, okay, I know you, you know me, we've known each other for years. It's a possibility they could be in the club together, having a drink, and it's just on the humble. Like I came and then, I didn't know you was gonna be here and we ran into each other. We had a drink or two, it was cool. That could happen. But if that's what happened, why did he look so uncomfortable? Dirty laundry, curated image. That right there tells me everything I need to know. Dirty laundry and curated image, that's like getting caught. Creating, a narrative or an optic. Dirty laundry to lies detected, breaking free. So it's like these types of things are the type of things that and we gotta keep it 1,000 women. If you move like this, you can't expect a respectable man to take you serious. You just can't. When you move like this is when guys smash and pass. They don't take you serious, they smash and pass. Because you don't move in a way to where it's honorable. A man don't want to know that his woman at any given time can be compromised, especially by someone that's in his circle. Like you can hang it up, you can compromise in the circle. Not even someone I didn't know from up the road, but the circle, that's not gonna work. I said you're right. So say you just finished my thought, Angel. Yep. It's just, yeah, fake profile, backstab. Yeah, it's like trying to switch the narrative and turn this around, but this is the part that's going to be prominent. Doggone it. It's something I know but can't say. And it makes this make so much more sense. It make it when I tell y'all everything, it makes this make so much more sense. Yes, and Chelsea doing this big one. Said she was the pass around, but Offset got her pregnant and married her. Well, damn, we got to say allegedly, allegedly, allegedly. No, no, no. This ain't got nothing to do with that reading. This ain't got nothing to do with that reading. It's something that I actually know in real life, but I can't say it because it's not something. It's not something that I picked up on tarot, so that would be cheating. But it's funny because it makes this all make sense. Oh my God. Um, child. Mm. You got gold digger and living large. Ooh, child, 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 child. Would you say I won't forget? Tasha K said that Offset and Quavo used to. Oh Lord, have mercy. Um, invite her to Amtrak. We'll say that, and it just came back to my memory. Ooh, gold digger falls under boiling point. My word, my word. Oh, hey, honey, glad you're here. That wasn't even what I knew, but damn. Even the cards can't take it. They do a cartwheel. Status symbol and consequence. Status symbol and consequence. So, with that being said, ooh, test result. I just really think that she needs to sit down and have that one on one time with herself. Okay? That one on one time with herself. Date yourself. Enjoy yourself. Be, that chick for yourself. Because it's like you just keep hopping from the frying pan to the skillet, from the frying pan to the skillet. It's child have mercy. Would you say she has a lyric that goes, if he, yes, I do remember that. If he had a twin, I let them run a choo choo. Yes, that's the up song. I remember that from If It's Up and It's Stuck. Yes, because I'm like, this is on the radio? Well, damn. Invite only. Invite only, and look what it fell under. So this don't feel like this was a basic, I just happened to be in the club and you were in the club type thing. This feels like they actually organized meeting up and hanging out. Throwing shade. Let's see what we got on throwing shade. Cancel. Making bank. So let's say they did this to trend, right? Like, something is about to drop, to get people talking in the algorithm. It did not do what it was supposed to do. It backfired. It actually brought karma. Oh my word. What? Oh my word. No, ma'am, Pam. No, ma'am, Pam. No, ma'am, Pam. And it literally falls under good karma in reverse, which lets you know you're about to suffer from this decision. Boom. I would say don't do it. See, ladies, this is a prime example because we got to say allegedly and for any time entertainment purposes only. I ain't say nothing. I just held the cards up. Allegedly, even on holding the cards up. This is why you do not bargain or barter with your barter, excuse me, bargain or barter with your cookie. Okay? That revenge can turn into that. Oh my God. How did we get here? Now who's the joke on? Hidden agenda, third wheel. Y'all, what the whole hell is going on here? Hidden agenda with a third wheel. Somebody play some juke joint music. Cheating in the next room. Allegedly. Family feud over what? Dirty laundry, dirty laundry. Look at where the lies are detected, y'all. Child, look at where the lies was detected. Living large and lies detected. Now, I don't know what's going on, but my spirit team keeps saying that the something ain't adding up with the numbers. Thank you to everybody saying get the likes up. I appreciate you. Child, what in the hell am I witnessing? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just I just wanted to ask about people at the club. Where's that Jacquees and Dej Low? Met me at the club. Damn. Ooh. I mean, the watch could be hers. She's in the tax bracket to afford those types of things. And depending on the celebrity, you got some that buy, you got some that rent. And then you got some that get designer imposters because they know the average person don't know. Y'all see this? Misunderstood test results. So whatever these folks are doing, it don't look doesn't look kosher. Okay? I'll say that. Doesn't look kosher. I'm not gonna sit here and say her watch is fake. I haven't looked at the watch y'all talking about. I've seen people walk around with $450,000 watches. So that's not a surprise to me. Um, and then you got to think, when you get to a certain tax bracket, do you really even want to buy that $450,000 watch, because it becomes a junk expense? And what I mean by a junk expense is, if you ever need to sell it back to the jeweler, or bust it down, something like that, what are you going to get back from that watch? How is it going to appreciate? Some purchases, the moment you make that purchase, you pretty much downhill. So it makes more sense to rent it. But we ain't gonna sit up here and say she's not in the tax bracket to afford it. But look at what's coming. Court date. What's going on with you and this trusted friend in court date? Ooh, Lord. You said, but she can't afford a condom. She might not believe in birth control. I don't know. It ain't if she can afford it. She might not believe in it. Said I would walk around with the fake on so nobody will rob me. I would have to have a look-alike. Well, people who are really wealthy, they don't wear the actual one out. They will wear the look-alike, and the actual one would be in a safe. And if they do wear it out, they wear it out somewhere around wealthy people, not the club where somebody could snatch you by your arm and you crowd surfing, come back with your wrist missing. You got the audacity and wedding day. Y'all expect some sparks to fly. Like it's like she just stirred the pot, and she really, really has put herself in a position to where it's like it's war at this point, because it's like you're trying to get the last lick. You're trying to be funny, and you don't even see how this is gonna backfire on you. Oh, I didn't hear that statement about the box, but damn, those type of things create cancer, so people better take it serious. So there we go. Let's get that one out the way. Alrighty, so this it's an accusation going around on YouTube that allegedly rapper Young Miami may have stole the song Spin That from a rapper named Primo. Now, I just want to see the energy around it, because this song is doing very, very well. And this is like the most success that Young Miami has had, especially with her solo success. So it would be really, really crazy if we find out that this song actually was stolen from somebody, versus her actually, legitimately getting a hit. Especially since you just told us that Tyler stole that Put Me in Chanel. Since she did a remix, the McDonald's theme song. Wow. All righty. Let's see. Did you steal this song about stealing, scheming, and cracking cars? The irony in that question in itself. Did you steal this song about boosting, stealing, and committing crime? Did you steal this song? Allegedly. Everything said is for entertainment purposes only. Did you steal this song? Okay, so you interesting. So it does look like somebody is thinking about the legalities of this, the King of Swords, but the Two of Pentacles is like it's a 50-50 chance of proving this. Said I thought someone in the chat said the Saucy wrote it a week or two ago. I would have to have been it could have been a different story. A lot that to a certain extent can make sense as well because a lot of what she does for her music in my mind sounds like Saucy and Carisha sound like an extension of each other to me. So that I wouldn't be surprised about that. Okay, wait a minute. How many we just had hit the table? Okay. So you got the Four of Swords here, which talks about something being laid to rest. Or if you hear the song kind of slow up for a moment. Seven of Swords talking about underhanded activity, backdooring someone, being strategic, sneaky. Give me a second, y'all. Get my table together. Okay, and the Hierophant and the Three of Cups. This person is seriously considering taking her to court over this song, and it really does look like um, it's a toss up. Like this. Hmm. Yeah, theft too. Seven of Swords. Absolutely. Seven of Swords definitely could be a theft. Uh talks about a collaboration here, Three of Pentacles and Page of Swords talking about watching people collaborate, or we're gonna actually see who collaborated to write this song. It's gonna be made, public knowledge who actually worked on this, how this song came about. The Empress and the Two of Swords. So she's gonna want to tell us that she's the creator of this song. But there's something weird here with the Two of Swords talking about being cut off. Because if you're the creator of the songs, how do you get the Two of Swords? And I find it even more ironic that isn't that what her mother went to prison for when her mother got out? Wasn't it for boosting? Wheel of Fortune and the Chariot. So and the devil. Yeah, this is gonna get uglier before it gets better. But this was such a crowning moment for Young Miami because it's like she's making money off of this. This is helping to push her forward. Ace of Wands, death. Yeah, this person, if he could have his way, he would have this song pulled. So when you look at the High Priestess that talks about information that's not known by the public, so I hope she got her paperwork in a row, got all her ducks in a row, because this song could get pulled and she could end up going to court to prove ownership, proper ownership. So okay, looks like somebody's trying to somebody's telling her to heal and rectify the situation because the devil is like, you don't want people to see you as a negative entity in this situation because it would literally, you know, take the velocity on this song because this song is trending. It's everywhere. I'm seeing people with ankle monitors on doing the dance to the chorus. Like everybody is jumping in on the bandwagon doing this routine. So it's like you don't want to slow this down because it's like everything is happening so fast. And this came out of crazy enough it is blue, but this came out of the clear blue. She didn't see this coming. It's like, wait a minute, hold on, what? Yeah, Page of Wands, Three of Cups. Uh, this is like third party communication. This could even be like somebody that she worked with may have heard it and they were inspired by it. It's something of that nature. But it does look like she could end up going before arbitration, depending on how this works out. I'm trying to get a definite answer on did she write it. I don't feel like she wrote this by herself. It feels like it was a collaborative effort. Um, and it's like Two of Pentacles to the Six of Pentacles is worrying about how this is going to turn out because, like I said, this is a 50-50 chance that she could end up having to pay this person. So she better get a hang of this really, really quick because this could wipe her out. Five of Pentacles. So I wouldn't come out here talking about, oh, you broke, you this, you that. Like, just get your lawyer, handle this appropriately, the right way, so it doesn't get out of hand. Because this gets out of hand, and you can't do some kind of agreement where maybe you add the person to the paperwork for the music, add the percentages, or you outright prove that you don't owe this person anything, you could end up losing a lot on the back end. Yeah, justice and the Five of Cups. So it's something about the way this could balance out could be very humiliating for her. So if I was her, I would, talk to this person, pull them to the side, and if this is this person's work, you need to give them some kind of credit because this going to court could really cost you a lot. And see, that's the thing about going to court that people don't think about. Going to court is expensive whether you win or not. Just the whole court process, you got to come out of money, you got to come out of time, peace of mind. It's not an easy process. So it looks like she's standing on, she's independent. Okay, she's the one that created this. Five of Pentacles. I don't think she's taking this person serious, to be honest with you. I don't think she's taking it serious at all. Nine of Swords. Well, it is some heavy anxiety here. The Hermit, Dark Night of the Soul, heavy anxiety. So it is some worry. Queen of Swords and the Sun. So Queen of Swords talking about everything will be exposed because someone's telling the truth. And it's like someone is like, I'm obsessed with getting the truth out. So we're gonna hear more about this. If you don't hear nothing about this at all, and you end up seeing the song continue to climb, it's because somebody may have already struck a deal. So it seems like it's a collaborative effort. The thing is, was everybody who was collaborating actually collaborating with their own ideas? Because that would be so embarrassing that y'all did all this gloating about how, this is the most successful song of a city girl independently, and then boom, you get hit with this. People got to stop taking people's stuff, especially right now, the way music is going. People need their coins because that publishing and those, writing credits, that is not the way it used to be. Producers have become more important than the artists, believe it or not. That's why a really phenomenal artist can produce their own music. And then they get that production money, and they get the writing credit money, because you get producers who actually get a portion of your writing credits depending on who you're working with. So, damn, that's messed up. Let's get you out the way, Young Miami. So, let's see. Megan may possibly be suing DJ Academics. Let's see what that would look like. Her and Livingston in court. Because, child, he surely gave those damn paralegals and those lawyers doing the deposition the flux. And when I tell you, it was embarrassing to watch him against her legal team. Said, why is she not suing the person for the deep fake? I said that a long time ago because it perplexes me that you would go after Milagro, but not the actual account that shared the video. And then on top of that, you've got Uproxx sharing a hyperlink to the video, which in my mind, I don't know, y'all tell me, isn't sharing a hyperlink to a deep fake the same as advertising it or driving traffic to it? Wouldn't that be the same thing that they said that Milagro did? And they didn't take it down within an hour or so? I never understood that. It's like, why didn't you sue Uproxx and their parent company? Because they actually shared the hyperlink for people to go and watch for themselves. That really, really sounds suspicious to me. That sounds orchestrated. That sounds like, you know, creating a ditch and waiting to see who falls in it. And then if it's somebody I don't like, then so be it. It does feel like she set her own trap, to be honest. Said they posted that just for her. It was a trap, Angel. I don't think they posted it just for her, but I do think it was a trap to see who all they could catch. I do believe that, in my opinion, that it was meant to go out as a dragnet to see who they. Okay, we still work with them. We still work with them. Oh, I don't like that person. I don't like that person either. So yeah, that will never make sense to me that you didn't go after the actual person who shared it, nor did you go after the publication that shared the hyperlink. You should have been going after all of those. You should have went after every party that was involved in the sharing. You could have even said, X, I want y'all to take it down or I'ma sue y'all. Because y'all allowed this to go out. You didn't say none of that. Damn, you said Meg's not even a rapper anymore, just in court setting her own destruction. Rock failed her. Well, I'm not gonna say The Rock failed her because y'all gotta understand she's making a lot of these decisions. So when you got somebody who's making decisions that don't understand how the game works, these are the kind of things that happen because they can cover you, they can, sweep a situation, but if you keep revisiting that situation, you keep putting yourself in alignment to get lined up. Is that their fault or is that your own judgment? In my mind, I feel like it's her own personal judgment because she's coming up with these ideas to go to court every time she get mad. You made me mad, I'm going to court. You sneeze when you was saying my name, I'm going to court. Like that part we can't blame on Rock Nation. So that I feel like is her own personal energy. But who I will put it on is big back ass Ferris. Because if you're her life manager, okay, that's what you said in court. You're her life manager. Why are you not helping to manage her life? Because life manager, what exactly do you do to help coordinate life duties? That's who I hold accountable. You said so, guardian. I got to use the language he used. He said he is not her guardian, he is her life manager. Sound like the same shit to me, but when I pulled it up and I read what a life manager does, I said that sounds like everything a guardian does. But who am I to know proper terminology? it, it literally gave the same exact duties. Said he basically code switched on the stand. I think he did. I really think he did because I looked it up. I said that sounds stupid. Let me see what it actually mean. Child, they look about the same. Mm-hmm. Sure does. So he was a manager in the industry way before MTS ever existed. We know that, but he's also, someone who's possibly, according to the street, tore his ass with a lot of those relationships. So now he's a life manager, according to him. That's what he said. He is not he is not custodial in any way. He is not a guardian in any way. He said that he's a life manager. Oh, did you put a cap in You put a cap in the chat. Listen, I'm just regurgitating what was said in court. So, as a life manager, part of your duties are to trigger your client by always taking the phone and saying, "Look, they talking about you again." How does that help to manage somebody's life to make sure they know the latest gossip that's being said about them? I think that's called stirring the pot and shit starting. You always going to tell somebody what somebody said about them. That's well, how does that help to manage somebody's life? Everybody was clowning in court when I saw when I saw that they said you had one juror that was on his phone. They had to tell that juror to put their phone away because they weren't even paying attention to court. They were on the phone. And then you got the other juror that asked, "Who is Kelsey and who the hell is Tony Lanes?" Who, child? When I tell you they had to just pick people that was down at Chick-fil-A to see if they wanted free lunch because it's like it's no way that y'all pick these jurors for federal court. It's no way. It's no way. I just don't want to believe that y'all pick these people for jury duty in federal court. And who comes to court in a red suit? But let's see what's going on with her in Livingston. Let me find the deck I want to use, y'all. You know what? I'm going to go with my Tarot of Dreams because this one always lets me know legal stuff, especially when it goes federal. So if she want to take Livingston to federal court, child, I'm going to know something. She might be mad at him because he allegedly at one point in time said that he would donate to Millie. I don't think he ever did it, but I guess him just saying that he support her was bad enough. Show me, is she going to take Livingston to court? And how will this turn out if she does? She need to just drop her mixtape cover from her next project with her dressed as a lawyer in court. Like just your mixtape need to be called May I Approach the Bench? Oh Lord. Hey, Austin said, how does she still have funds for court? Her music don't sell. I can't tell you. Act three, Your Honor. Woo! It's saying that she should go in a different direction. Page of Wands, Page of Swords. This will become a public fiasco. I do expect them to try to destroy DJ Academics for speaking out. So if you see legal stuff with him reinstated, if you see him allegedly catching another case or something like that, it's going to be to make sure that they diminish his credibility, allegedly, and for entertainment purposes only. Yeah, so allegedly the cards are saying she should go in a different direction and focus on work so that she can remain stable. Four of Wands. Would you say track two, stop snitching? Wait a minute, what was track one? You say who seriously, who does come to court in a red suit? And red is my favorite color, but shit. You gonna sit on the damn juror stand in a red suit, child? That okay. So track one is I object. Track three, bailiff. I'm done. So Queen of Coins and the Emperor. So somebody definitely wants her to focus on work so she can get her money up. There it feels like there's some frustration with her and how she's moving right now. So somebody definitely wants her to focus on work. Okay, you said the case he had was just reinstated. Wow. Said red is loud ass color to be in court with. Yeah, court, you want to be a little subtle and understated. You don't want to go into court looking like you hot like a pepper. What would you say, track four? Out to pasture. So you got the Ten of Swords here. Hold on, let me cover up the little tarot titties. The Ten of Swords here with the Temperance card, which talks about balance through a new beginning after being betrayed. So, child, this I guess this is her new plan for life. That every time she get pissed off, somebody gonna pay her, and this is gonna help her with her balance through a new beginning for her new life. Allegedly for entertainment purposes only. You doing everything to get to the money, but getting to work. Allegedly. So you got the moon here, which represents what we don't see. Two of swords, cut off. Would you say, LOL Wicked Witch, track five? Campbell won't get my wig back. Child, y'all play too much. Said that's crazy when she gotta hand that money over to the lawyers, right? Said no wonder she don't pay people back. Ooh, allegedly. So this is like where she may find out that she's not going to get the assistance that she desires. And I just keep seeing cutoffs around her all the way around. And I don't think this is just Pebble Nation. This could also be her legal team. She could allegedly and for entertainment purposes only start losing very prominent members of her legal team. Said, now this smells like they behind this push to go after him, similar to Tory's aggressive push, because I'm not seeing it. Um, like I said, they want to neutralize him, take his credibility. But child, it's she's either she just found this out or she's about to come to a realization that she has nobody. She's by herself. She's literally independent for real at this point. Allegedly and for entertainment purposes only. And what I mean is she could be subjugated to pay these legal bills herself, not the parent company. So this talks about, high powered lawyer, possible federal court, and the lawyer looking at, okay, we already got a lot invested here. But see, they're waiting for return. So it's like we haven't won any, judgment that is paid off yet. We're waiting for it to pay off. So yeah, they could be looking over, his content to see what they can use according to what he does at work, trying to see if they can find any gray areas. Um, Mr. Langston is a little smarter than your average, so it's not going to work the same way that it does with others. The world, if it feels like she's being advised to drop this and move on, and they may tell her the best that you can do for now is just to send him a cease and desist about his content, and then that's about it. You can't move forward until anything after that. So, child, I don't see her getting what she wants out of this. I think that she's got an overinflated ego at this point, and this is the only way that she knows how to get control of things, but she's not looking at the bigger picture. Child, you got them the devil wear Prada lawyers. They they charge those sexy rates. This can eat up millions of dollars extremely fast. And you're talking about academics who is the type that will go to court with you, possibly represent himself, or he'll, throw a couple 100,000 to his lawyer, come in and have that shit thrown out. Like he has good lawyers too. So if she's got lawyers that are 2,500 an hour, $3,500 an hour, so does he. So it's not going to be the same matchup that she had with Milagro, where Milagro was held back by having limited funds. He has the money to go to war, and he has the lawyer that's not afraid. So this dynamic is totally different. He's not going to be bullied the way that she wants him to be. Eight of Swords and Justice. Child, she heavy in her head. Like she can't focus without thinking about getting balance, going to court, getting justice. But she needs to go in a different direction because it's like I put it to you like this. Every case that she has is a breadcrumb to information that's going to help somebody else. Something could come out with her and academics in court that could actually lead to helping her go to jail. It's like something that she may have said or something she may have done is proof to something, that she could have done before in the past that is unethical. We'll say that. So she needs to be careful with these court cases because she keeps going to court and she keeps dropping these breadcrumbs, and these breadcrumbs are turning into whole loaves of bread. So, how much do you really want to help your opponent? I don't know. But I mean, if you want to just keep on going to court and wasting money and helping your opponent, then child, do what you do because that's what this looks like. Hey, Isaiah. Um, this is more than just a trail of behavior. I'm talking about a trail of what feels like actual tangible evidence. This is bigger than just behavior. It's like things that get found in discovery. Every time you go to court, something gets found in discovery that can be used against you, allegedly and for entertainment purposes only. So it just doesn't behoove her to keep going to court because every time she goes, she's going to be exposed. Yeah, tree of life, Knight of Cups. So he knows if she sues him, allegedly it's the parent company that wants to come after him and his work because of the work that he's doing and what he's been saying. So he's already got it in his mind that if she comes after him, it's not her anyway. It's, Pebble Nation. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so justice at the bottom of the deck is, literally that's a court card balancing things out legally. It could turn into a nightmare. Nine of Swords, which talks about high anxiety. Um, her her going to court is just not a good idea. A lot of these things that she keeps going to court for are putting her in the worst position. And it's like the lawyers are triangulating information on her via case to case basis, allegedly and for entertainment purposes only. But yeah, it's several lawyers that are going to be watching all of her cases, and they're going to be using all of them to learn information. Yeah, she feels like, he manifested this, he brought this upon himself because he betrayed her. Why did betrayed you? He don't know you, not obligated to you, and don't like you. Like, this was not your friend. It's a betrayal when somebody's close to you. It's talking shit when they don't know you. So I'm kind of perplexed here that she's, taking this personal, like a betrayal, allegedly, because it's like, if it's a betrayal, that means that y'all actually knew each other and had private conversations and had an understanding. I don't see none of that here. Oh, damn it. You said she need a IEP, and T Ferris needs to be removed, especially for allowing her to literally sign her life over to Rock Nation. Lord, if that is now that's a sentence you just put together there. We gotta say allegedly, but damn, Gina. Ooh. You said she wanted to she wanted to treat every case like Tory case. They can pay the judge for the verdict she wants. Allegedly. We don't know what they be doing with judges, allegedly. Said she feels like everyone is supposed to be on her side, and it's betrayal if they're not. Interesting. Said, yeah, she's she's touched and not by an angel. Ooh, baby. Show me something with the moon. Show me something with the moon. So it's like secretly considering all your options on how you're going to fight. Y'all, she really do want to take him to court. Now, if it's going to actually materialize, we'll have to wait and see. But it looks like she's considering every possible recourse. Um, and here it is, message going into the lawyer, the King of Swords. But it's like, you're going to be sorry because he's he's got the money to put up for the lawyer, and they're going to work on exposing you. So she thinks this is going to bring a happier time for her, but this is literally going to bring more exposure every time she goes to court. Remember, I said it's going to be breadcrumbs that are going to turn into a full loaf of bread. She's not looking at everything that goes into discovery, everything that each case entails, and what they all study, and what's going to come out per case that could actually be put together and build a overall profile. Palace of Wands, Page of Swords. So he's definitely going to talk more about his house being under surveillance and being watched, because he's saying conflicting things, allegedly. The world. Okay, so an offer could possibly come through to cut off his communication swift, fast, in a hurry. So this feels like a cease and desist, or wanting to take his channel. Academics got multiple channels, so you would have to file for all 36 of his damn channels. He doesn't have just one channel. He has channels where he takes his content and he breaks it up and parts it out. He has multiple platforms that he streams across. So you would have to put paperwork on each and every last one that he has. But I mean, when are we going to really look at the bigger picture, which is the abuse of the First Amendment and the right to be able to speak freely and freedom of press? Like, this is a huge First Amendment issue. And to me, that's the bigger picture here. Why do we keep allowing someone to play with the First Amendment where we have freedom of speech and freedom of the press? Those are undeniable rights in this country. So why do you get to dance in between these undeniable rights and deny people the right to say what they want to say just because you don't like it? Like, you not liking what they have to say is not the same as defamation. There's a lot of stuff you ain't gonna like. Hell, you probably don't like peas or broccoli. But do that mean that you can sue somebody if they cook you a plate with peas or broccoli? No. You just don't have to eat it. And that's the way she needs to look at the internet. You know that this person is in opposition of what you think or how you feel. Why are you watching them? Why are you keeping up with them? Why do you always know what the hell they doing? You're a public figure. People are supposed to talk about you. It's a relationship to where they speak on you, they help your name into the algorithm. The more your name goes in the algorithm, the more impressions you end up making, the more money you make from sponsors who see your impressions across the internet. That's how that works. And everybody gets paid. Now she would throw the plate of peas in someone's face, like Emilio said. Lord have mercy, allegedly. Said everyone is studying Megan's legal cases because they are studying Jay-Z legal tactics. Now that's interesting. That's interesting. Hmm. Said nobody would be here if they would have helped Millie with her case. Now look at the abuse of the system. Interesting. So, child, look at this. This is her feeling like she's standing up for herself, defending herself. She gonna fight. She gonna get balanced and go to court. But Nine of Pentacles, the independent woman, you're going to have to go up against him, um, grand for grand, million for million. Um, and his lawyer ain't no cheap lawyer, and his lawyer will possibly hit you with all types of legal paperwork and drown you in what could be possible. What's the terminology? Because I want to say it right. Um, where you can, force a person to turn over legal fees. Pardon me, y'all. The honey is working, but it need to work a little bit faster. Ah, so all of y'all, my allergies have been cutting up. So I have been doing the honey. It's getting better, but it could be a whole lot better. It said they call anti-slap. Anti-slap definitely could work, but that's not what I wanted to say. It's a specific term that you use where the lawyer can file for you to pay the other person's legal fees. It'll come to me when I'm not thinking about it. But he has one of those lawyers that will apply for that at the beginning of the case. No, no, no. It's garnishment is when it's final, when the order actually goes through the court. It'll come to me when I ain't thinking about it. So here she is. Nine of Pentacles, the independent woman. Eight of Pentacles, the tree of life. She's expecting the parent company to help her, and she's going to be very, very upset about this because they're going to tell her that's your beef, that's your problem, you pay for that. No, no, no. It's not garnishment, y'all. It's a whole nother term. Garnishment is the final process after the judge has already declared that there is a debt and they give you permission. This is something that you ask for in the beginning to even get that in the first place. I don't know what the word is right now, but I think about it. It's not garnishment. That's the final action. And that's usually after you got the chance to have a payment arrangement and you miss a payment or two. Got the Ten of Wands, the Lovers, and the Eight of Cups. Yeah, y'all. I think she's just now finding out that she's all by herself because we know that the Lovers also represents Gemini, and we're in Gemini season. Ten of Wands is like the weight of the world is on her back. It's becoming too heavy for her to carry because they walked away from her already. You said what Blake Lively did in her case. Yes, it put it in the very beginning. It's already in the paperwork. And if you win the case, then you automatically not only win the judgment, but you win your court fees. Hold on, let me look it up. Legal motion to ask for payment. Hold on. Legal motion to ask for payment of legal fees. What is that called? I mean, I know it's a motion, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for sanction. There we go. Sanction. A motion for sanction. I knew what I was talking about. I couldn't remember the word. So it says if you're asking for fees because the other party filed a frivolous lawsuit or a debilitatory ignored court ruling, this is usually a request as a sanction. Yeah, deliberately ignored the court ruling. So, yes, he could ask his lawyer to sanction her through the judge to where she would have to pay for his legal fees and whatever else his lawyer puts on the docket. So, you know, think about that. If you give your lawyer a retainer for like maybe two or $300,000, and you go into court with a sanction from the first day y'all go to court, hey, I've already had to pay my lawyer $300,000. Can I ask for the court to sanction Miss Pete to pay for my lawyer because under the state law code, whatever, yakety smackety, whatever, 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 this is frivolous on these bases. Then he'll, I get that he has the type of lawyer that would do that. So I would say walk away. Um, I don't think she gonna do it. So here it is, Queen of Swords, which represents an air sign. We know she's an air sign. She's very stubborn. Four of Pentacles, very, very stubborn. So if someone's telling her, listen, you probably should just leave that alone, focus on work, move on, do what you got to do for yourself. She's very, very stubborn. She's not going to do that. To act as media, she has to send a cease and desist first, and that was my last line here. It's literally going to come to an end for that because when you send a cease and desist, he has a certain amount of time to edit his content or take the content down or privatize it and then comply with what you ask for. So it's not like she can just take him straight to court just because. It's thanks to Milagro, there is a process that has to be done. You can't say that he's not media because he's a blogger. The Milagro case, thanks to herself, made that a statute. He said, I'm still here with you working, so I'm in and out. Okay. say didn't care about Millie being media, but it doesn't matter. It's already a statute. See, her taking Millie to court created legal precedents. So you can't create the legal precedents and then turn around and say it's not a legal precedent. You caused this. You said, yes, she can. The judge reversed that. Well, since we keep speaking on that, I'm going to pull some cards on just that situation to see how that's going to work. I'm not going to go deep off into it. I just want to look at that one motion and see what we expect from that motion. Yeah, so she's looking at this as an opportunity, and she's heavily invested in this. But the tricky thing about the Seven of Pentacles is you don't know what to expect. You have to wait until things come into fruition. Because seeds might not grow at all. Ace of Coins. This would be very, very expensive to take this leap of faith. Child. So it this is letting me know, like, whoever could be staking out his house allegedly, whoever's watching his house, they're not getting the information they want. They don't really get to see anything. And I don't see her getting much out of him to where it would make it a solid win, because he talked about, your cookie facts. Because, child, listen, if he does what it looks like he's about to do, and I got to say, for entertainment purposes, all things said are alleged. If he does what it looks like he's about to do, then that means that they're going to gather all of the rumors from around the internet to show that not only is he not the only person that said it, but they're going to look up different things, song lyrics, tweets, everything, which are going to show multiple people talking about how they turned. And it's like, how could you blame me for this? You didn't say nothing to this person. You didn't say nothing to that person. You didn't come after that person. You never said any of these people were lying. So if you didn't say these people were lying, how do I know that this is false? Thank you, Jack Hannah. Yeah, Three of Cups and the Wheel of Fortune. What child? I don't know what she planned on doing. I don't think she know what she planned on doing, because it's like she's seeing this as an opportunity for a major jackpot, because she knows that he's like one of the number one streamers in the world, that he's very affluent or established because of his streaming. So this is a major opportunity for her. Child, this look like some Trixie and Ronnie shit. I ain't gonna even lie to you. It just looks like trying to use what you got to get what you want, and it's not going in the direction that you expect it to go in. Said the judge in the conflict with her own previous ruling. Also, this judge should have never been the judge on Millie's case. Her husband, law firm, lawyers represent Horsey Girl. Mm, you gotta say allegedly, but mm, yeah, this is gonna lead to heartbreak. She should lay this to rest. This is gonna lead to heartbreak. I don't think she gonna do it because she's stubborn as hell and she always got to get the last word and prove her point. But yeah, she takes academics to court. This is not gonna fare well for her. So the Emilio case ain't gonna feel fare well for her. Her and the designer are not going to fare well for her. Child, go to the studio. You feel some type of way, go to the booth, cuss everybody out, and put it on the track and sell it. Don't go back to court. But I know you're gonna go back to court. I'm just amazed that I mean, I hope she don't do it, but it just like to hear her threaten or to hear the internet saying that she's threatening to take Clay Thompson to court, now academics. It's like, girl, you done went court crazy allegedly. You can't go to court for every damn thing. Damn, says she about to end up just like Ronnie and Trixie in jail. So the crazy part is Meg really got it, but went about her business so incorrectly. I definitely feel she could have went way further, but hey, it is what it is. You know what? Let me see. Let me see something. Since we in the vicinity, let's tap into the energy around this judge and this last motion for Milagro and what's gonna come from this. Like, is she going to allow Megan to force Milagro to pay bond, which to me is this is in my opinion, that shit is wicked. Why do you want her to pay bond? She didn't go to jail. She didn't commit a crime. You already got what you wanted. So, child, like just take, your L, no matter how little it is, and just move on. You got the social media win. That's what you wanted. You got the social media win. You want to put your foot on her neck, punish her, make her feel away from, saying some things you ain't like. Pardon me, y'all. So it's like, what more do you want? At this point, you just want somebody to feel away, and wanting somebody to feel away don't have nothing to do with upholding the law and making sure that things balance out and it work out fair. You just want somebody to be broken. And it's like, what are you what are you willing to sacrifice to be right? Like, you want to be right that bad. What are you willing to sacrifice to be right? Said everything. Child is starting to look like everything. Show me the energy around this judge and this current decision. It seems like life about to hit the Uno reverse. Here's the funny part. She's the dealer. So happier times are coming, and this also talks about exposure. It's almost child. It's like God is allowing certain things to happen so that things can be seen, they can be brought to the light. And she sees this as like finally things can move forward. It can go the way I want it to go, but she's setting herself up for exposure. Yeah, the moon next to the sun, everything in the dark comes out to light. Also, Page of Pentacles, we already know, Milagro, she ain't got it. We know that. She said it. I pulled the energy, told y'all she ain't got it. But We're about to find out something else that got to do with business, associations, and other people's income allegedly. High priestess. See what I mean about stay your happy ass out of court? This is something high level that we aren't supposed to know, something that isn't supposed to be privy to the public. All things in the dark come to light. The sun, the moon, and the high priestess, the magician. You just manifested exposure. Something that you're doing is going to turn into total exposure. Four of Pentacles. Well, this talks about being stubborn and the lovers. So she thought that she was going to get a payout like between now and the end of June, but it's not happening. I don't know why it feels like there's a time clock where she needs a certain amount of money by a certain time. Extremely stubborn energy. Oop, parallax, Lord. Hey, hey, hey. A betrayal. The wounded warrior. This is really not a terrible combination. If you know how to read tarot and you know how to really tap into intuition, then you know that the wounded warrior behind the Ten of Swords is one of the best combinations that you can get, because the Ten of Swords talks about a betrayal that you can't come back from, being completely destroyed, dismantled, torn apart. um it's definite. But when you get the Nine of Wands, that lets you know you may not win the battle, but you end up winning the war. So whatever it is that she's deciding to do to Milagro, there's some things that are going to be exposed, and it's like it's going to be the nastiest slip and downfall. Not just downfall, but slip and then downfall. It almost feels like it's something that falls in somebody's lap. And it's literally like the golden grail. Um mm, and it's like recovering. It causes a recovery. So if you think about football, right, where they throw a flag on the play because they don't know if the player was in or out of bounds, and they got to run the cameras back, and they find out that just by eyelash they were in bounds, and they have to run that play back, and it ends up turning over on the back end, and you win that play. That's what this is like. If she had left well enough alone, this wouldn't even be a problem. Here it is, talking about juggling, and boom, judgment. So it's like it's a 50-50 chance which way this is going to go with the judge. And I know this is going to sound crazy. It doesn't matter which way the judge goes. It matters what's going to be exposed after the judge makes a decision. If that makes sense to you, okay? So it doesn't matter which way the judge rules. What matters is what get exposed due to how the judge rules. Allegedly and for entertainment purposes only. Folks need to play it right. That's all I'm gonna say. They need to play it right. It needs to go by the letter of the law, because if it feels questionable and it gets in a position to where they can run it back and look over the play that the judge just ran, the judge might find out that they ran a red light and they got caught. The judge may find out that somebody was sitting back hoping, wishing, and waiting that you took the bait. King of Cups. Yeah, it's a lot going on. People deep in their emotions, they don't know what to say. People are about to be sorry. Okay? They're about to be sorry. It's like they're waiting, everybody's waiting for the correspondence. It's like standing on pins and needles. It's getting really, really complicated, but it's not complicated for the reason that people, the public, think it is. Like the public is looking at this as like, damn, how much worse can this get for Millie? She just keep on stumping on her and stumping on her and stumping on her. But what I'm looking at on my table is, go ahead, bust a move. Make a U-turn over here in the middle of the street and find out the police was sitting here waiting in the clutch the whole time. Go ahead and bust a motherfucking move. Because if you make the wrong move, it's going to open up a whole keg of nails. So it will behoove the judge to be honorable. Yep, because the truth is going to come out. This is going to create a whole entire vacuum effect where it's going to literally cause the truth to come out. Everything that's been swept under the rug is going to be exposed. So if they do some shady, slick shenanigans, it's gonna kick off something that they don't expect, and it's gonna happen really, really fast. Six of Pentacles. Things switch up when somebody allegedly slides something to somebody because Six of Pentacles is unearned income that you could possibly be receiving under the radar, under the table. You know, it means that the public wouldn't know anything about something that would not be recorded. Okay. And it doesn't have to be money, it could be big ticket items. So let's say somebody, end up with a boat, end up with a plot of land, something like that, and it wasn't recorded, but they just happen to have it. That would still be under the table. For okay, somebody's marriage is about to be exposed, possibly in June, possibly starting off in June, going off into July. Something with somebody's marriage and somebody's stability is definitely about to be exposed. Said, to be honest, when they denounced Diddy, I knew RM was over with. Said, just like the witness that left the country in a matter of weeks. Show me the moon. Yeah, they're trying to find out who's helping Milagro as far as her defense because they can't figure it out. The fool talks about a leap of faith, trusting in something, not knowing how it's going to work out, but they're trying to figure out who's helping her. She's really, really, really distraught at the fact that she's standing up, she's fighting back. She's like, okay, well, I need to know more about her defense. This is that I don't believe that you are doing this by yourself. I see the bombs in the chat. Um, They don't know anything because the next card is the high priestess. They don't know anything. They're really out in the dark. Like how is Milagro doing this? It's giving her anxiety. She's worried about a Leo. Leo ain't got nothing to do with this. Leo ain't helping at all. Not able to. So yeah, she's looking at, if you ain't got no money, who's helping you? Somebody's got to be helping you. This stubborn, this talks about messages going back and forth, also watching someone, the lovers. Y'all, this is weird. Um, some stuff I ain't gonna go off into because you still need a surprise element, and this isn't a private reading. But it's like she's keeping up with her big time, watching what's going on with her, who's affiliated with her. She's trying to see who's helping her. They may even, hey, kicking it with Keela. They may even be, wondering if they could look off into, academics, Livingston, to see if he's helped Milagro. And that also could be another reason to take him to court to see if he's secretly financing her. Child, they gonna find none of what they want. They're not gonna find none of what they want because it's nothing like what they think it is or what she thinks it is, allegedly and for entertainment purposes only. Four of Cups. This talks about rejecting a betrayal. Queen of Cups. The Queen of Cups is rejecting the betrayal. She's refusing to just lay down and take it. So we know Millie would be the Queen of Cups because she's a water sign. So it's giving her the flux. Like she refused to just lay down and take it. So you think about, the how people used to say back in the day they play cowboys and Indians, and somebody pow you and you don't lay down and right? They go and tell mama, be like, I powed him 5 times and he won't lay down. He not playing right. Yes, and Mercury retrograde starts on the 29th. Absolutely. And we should be in a shadow period by the end of this week. So that means a lot of information is about to come out. Um, Mercury retrograde is going to be vicious this time around because I already told y'all coming into Gemini season and now this Mercury retrograde, stuff gonna be flying every which way. And I've already been warning y'all that retrogrades always help Tori. I've never seen a retrograde that doesn't help Tori. Said I love Millie. She's funny. I hope she continues to prevail. Um, said just telling on her own stupid self like she has been for years because people are saying the same thing about her. She ain't got money like that. Not SZA about to pop out and child. SZA better lead this to people that got real freckles. Just go on and make your money, SZA. We got heartbreak here. Two of Pentacles. So somebody is juggling heartbreak, not knowing how to move forward. But I believe this is the energy she would like for Milagro to be in. But she's got to understand what you wish and will upon other people, the universe will also wish and will that upon you. If it's not something that is in just cause, is not in righteous cause, it returns tenfold. So you can send it out all you want to, but when you have to pay for it, child, I feel for you. Yeah, Temperance, the King of Cups. So she's desperately trying to get balanced through a new beginning, but it looks like her past is going to catch up to her, Six of Cups. And the next row is the Ace of Swords. That's the truth coming out about your past, things you've done in the past, not escaping your past. Yep. Y'all, the truth could come out. Let's see, this is Chariot. This is Cancer season. So we should hear something by Cancer season when it comes to this motion. But just know whatever comes out of this motion is going to set something else in motion, and it's going to happen swiftly. It literally is going to manifest like an action and a counter action. Move swiftly, moving on to victory. So it's like this is the kickoff Gemini season, but we're going to go off, I want to say throughout July. So maybe this summer is about to be something else. Once again, I suggest this woman stop playing with the court, but she ain't gonna do it. So we need to just sit back, watch, and see how this unfolds. Everybody get your popcorn, your wine, your flour, whatever you need, whatever whatever strand of flour you like, because this is gonna be something, okay? Ooh, have mercy. Would you say the last hot girl summer? I told y'all good best year, worst year ever. She went through a good year, now she about to go through the worst year ever, allegedly. So let's get that one out the way. Megan Act. Okay. Tony Yayo says Diddy tried to diddle bop him. Lord have mercy. We gotta say allegedly, child. Allegedly, allegedly. In 2012. Allegedly Diddy tried to diddle bop Tony Yayo. Allegedly, allegedly. So let's look at this. Misconceited, I said the same thing when I seen it on my screen. It's like he tried to do what with who? Is anybody safe? I don't think so. You said, did he bring out the baby oil? Child, the fact that the story is out is enough for me, Lord. But I did tell y'all the Snitch Olympics would involve podcasts and people telling their stories. So hashtag the Snitch Olympics is underway, child. We everything said is alleged and for entertainment purposes only. All things said are alleged allegedly. Did Tony Yayo almost get diddle bopped? Did he try to diddle bop Tony Yayo? Woo! Okay, so this is the message getting out. Ten of Wands talks about a very, very complicated situation that's hard to get out of. Oh, thank you. Wait a minute, who asking for my cash app? Bless you. Thank you, Jay. I didn't even see that. I missed it. Thank you. Jay, I greatly appreciate you. Yeah, my cash app is exactly the same as the name of this channel. Just add a dollar sign. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for contributing to my shenanigans. Message coming out. Child, no ma'am. I I didn't think that Tony Yayo lied. It was just it threw me off, y'all. I literally almost dropped my blunt. It says, excuse me. Why is this on my screen? Why is this thing a thing? This talks about exposure of something that happened in the past, Six of Cups. Okay. So it looks like this story has validity. Damn, can't nobody walk past that man without being a potential Diddy Bop victim, allegedly. I want to see who he turned down. Has he ever told somebody no? And if so, who is the one he told no? That's who I want to see. Who did he have self control with? Where's the one person that could say, he rejected me? Said Diddy Quagmire. Jesus got to take more than just the wheel. Just go ahead and just take the whole vehicle. We don't need this no more. Two of Wands. A decision was made and somebody needed to apologize. So it don't look like he actually got to Diddy Bop him, okay? But it looks like he tried him and it went left and he had to apologize. Page of Cups. What in the world? You said, child, you think he was slanging the way he trying to hand it out. Baby, listen. Sometimes folks got to learn to keep all that disappointment to themselves. But that's probably why he hired them folks to come in and do the things that he can't do, like heavy lifting, allegedly. Okay, so you got the Justice card and the King of Pentacles. So, child, what the hell am I? What is this? Yeah, it even is giving me the vibe of something similar to what 50 Cent said, where he may have offered to take him shopping or give him money, or why don't you come hang out with me? I'll cover everything. I'm kind of confused because it's like the way he approached men is like he trying to court the men. Like it's more allegedly more romantical than how he approaches the women. Because it's like the energy with the men is like, I want to take you shopping, I want to take you here, I want to take you there. It's very much so like courting a woman, a wealthy man courting a woman, allegedly. Now I gotta say for entertainment purposes, but the card said, "Yep, that's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth." And Knight of Pentacles. It feels like Tony Yayo may not have wanted to talk about this because he knew this was something that was going to slow down work for him. It was going to make it harder for him to get around and to do what it is that he does. Yeah. Yeah, he knew it. If he told this truth back in the day, this would have pretty much ruined his whole career, and he had to think about his opportunities and how he was going to work. But he stood up to him. So I mean, to me, that's the more important part. But it's giving me the shock of it. Like, fuck you say to me? Two of Swords, man, just get away from me. Get away from me. I just want to get out. I need to get out of the situation, get somewhere safe, because you're going to have me locked up. Yep, the devil and heartbreak. It was like he couldn't believe it. Like, you really are on one. Like, what type of shit is this? Yeah, it's totally stunned, not knowing how to move forward, feeling betrayed. like totally feeling betrayed. Like, how dare you come at me this way? Yep, the death card falling under the Knight of Swords. So it's like, he may have tried to, this is giving me right here, like he may have tried to rectify the situation with Tony to keep him from, putting this story out there because he didn't want the legal ramifications of it. Also, the people that work in corporate were like, do whatever you got to do, pay him, however you got to do this to, smooth this over so that it doesn't come out. Excuse me, mercy. Tower. Yeah, this being exposed would have been a total tower, especially if you got to think about at the time, 2012. Like Diddy was on top of the world in 2012. Six of Wands, the Hierophant. This is like moving on towards victory court. Um, Five of Cups, public humiliation. So it was like Tony didn't even want to be in the public. None of that. It was like, man, just leave me alone. Like this is it definitely affected his career. And it talks about being stubborn, somebody not taking a no for an answer. Um, was somebody under the influence? Was this a party? Because it seemed like it happened really fast, like threw him off. Yeah, I told you it was like he was trying to treat him like he was a woman and got humiliated. So I mean, Tony wasn't for the bullshit. Not whatever he thought he was gonna get him off into. Yeah. It's like, let me just get me out of here, like total toxic situation. Ten of Wands, heavy burden, end up being put to rest. King of Wands, King of Wands. Well, he was very aggressive, very aggressive. Two of Swords, trying to overpower somebody, arguing with them, trying to. This is like somebody trying to get the upper hand, someone being combative, not taking no for an answer. Um, yeah, the World, Six of Cups. So yeah, he was done with him years ago. It was like I never talked to him again. I'm straight on him. Don't book me on nothing that got to do with him. So this definitely was, a tremendous hindrance to his career, but he ends up winning on the back end after not knowing how to move forward to maneuver a situation. So King of Wands and the Emperor, death. Child, wait a minute. Tony Yayo knows some things because it's like he's waiting for the other shoe to drop on this King of Wands. Queen of Cups. Yeah, he followed his intuition and did what he needed to do to continue to work. So that gives me the energy why was nothing said up until recently. It's like I'm not about to, unalive my career and not be able to work. I'm already not working the way that I used to work, but I'm gonna do what I gotta do to continue to work. Yeah, yeah, he may have told him he wanted to work with him and then got him there, under the pretenses of having a conversation for work, and then it turned into something that could have been passion. like feel like some casting couch type energy. Hierophant, the emperor. So he's looking at the downfall, the stuff that's happening in the court, and it's like the mind set of someone who's looking at it and saying, this is nothing but God. Only God could have done this, because ain't no way, regular human being could have brought you down. So he's watching. Would you say same thing he tried to do with Terrence Howard? Interesting. Yeah, very, very stubborn. Very stubborn. Trying to force equal reciprocity. Allegedly, allegedly, allegedly. Don't want to take no for an answer. Um, Gives me very abrasive, very aggressive, but it led to public humiliation. Looked like it could have been something at a party or something, but there were people that definitely talked about this. They just made sure not to say it to the public. I mean, it gives me the energy of how he kept coming at Fabulous. Was that Drink Champs? And he was talking about something like, I like that daddy. I like that daddy. And Fabulous was just like, but he ain't say nothing. Like you could tell he was very uncomfortable with him speaking to him that way. Yeah, this almost this feels like this was going to turn into a fight. It could have actually turned into a fight, and that's what stopped it. Was like, I'll whoop your ass. It also looks like there could have been a witness to this that knows that this story is true. Damn, King of Swords, King of Cups, Nine of Cups. he Child, this looked like a wish fulfillment. He couldn't be happier than any damn body that here it is. Finally, the law caught up with the King of Cups. He feels like that was a wish fulfillment. I'm glad they got your ass. But he knows there's much more to come. Don't know what to expect, but it's much more to come. Oh, I see sanctions popping up on my screen. I don't know what's going on with my comments, y'all. I feel like they give me my comments out of order, because when I get some of these comments, they're delayed. They're behind some kind of way. But thank you. Who would have thought? Tony Yayo. Mm-mm-mm. I mean, I'm not shocked at this point. It's like, who has this man not made uncomfortable at this point? Like, show me somebody that can say they worked around him the whole time and he ain't do nothing that was, off the beaten path. It's getting real hard. Okay. So we're down to the last two of this evening, and I'm going to segue them together. Okay. So we got DL Hughley and Jay Z. How does DL Hughley feel about Jay Z, and how is this going to affect their relationship? And where do things go from DL Hughley as of now? Because he shared a um a video in his stories of Funky Dineva calling for people to cancel Jay-Z and to also hold Beyonce accountable for standing by her husband in the midst of his chaotic behavior. So, DL Hughley is a very big voice in morning radio, and he's also one of the kings of comedy. So he's definitely someone who has a certain amount of influence when he talks. So it's um It's very interesting that DL Hughley would be the one to stand on this hill and call Jay-Z out when Monique called him out, and child, we know how that went. So let me see, what deck am I going to use for DL Hughley? DL Hughley, what deck am I going to use? Okay. All righty, show me DL Hughley. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't mean to pull the book out. Totally random, y'all, off topic. Did anybody hear the song that Suki Hana got with Bobby, the girl that she does the podcast with? I said, Lord, Suki got the girl being ratchet. I'm so done. Oh, thank you, thank you. Child dear Hughley. I heard that song and cackled. I said, everybody is cutting the food this damn week. And I ain't making no better. I had it turned all the way up to the max. I couldn't even take the song serious, y'all. I was riding around like, is this for real? Like, what the hell is going on? But I think their friendship is cute. They are when you would never imagine you would see the both of those two together at the same place. Like I think their friendship is cute. Show me the energy around DL Hughley and what's to be expected now. Said Bobby was low key riding the beat, which says a lot because she's not a rapper, and you got all these rap girls out here, and oh boy, DL Hughley, DL Hughley. What's the comfort, DL Hughley? Yes, Bobby the white girl. Okay, so things are about to go in a different direction for him with things that he's invested in. Okay, he's about to feel the pinch of Pebble Nation, allegedly. Hmm. Let me fix my bolster here. Get my back together. Ooh, ooh, ooh. So things are about to go in a different direction for him. Yep. He talks about juggling. They may try to humble DL Hughley, like put him in a position where he got to kiss the ring. That could be the plan. It's like you gonna speak out against us. We gonna make you bow down before us. Jay is very pompous, very pompous. Three of Wands, which talks about an opportunity with justice to balance this out, to move away from this situation because it's considered toxic. They may try to send him some kind of legal paperwork. Um, and it's not for what he shared. It could be, future commentary. So let's say he gets on his morning show and he decides to you know get on the on air and air his grievances. They could be very quick to contact his program director, send a unsavory email or a fax or a certified letter. Child, the star, and it's like trying to rectify a situation after heartbreak. I think DL might have low key met his match because I don't think he understands the type of person that he's dealing with. Hey, Katrina, King of Wands. Here we go. Five of Swords. Yep, he's on his radar. Conflict and communication. Oh, you was talking crazy about me. Oh, you was talking crazy about me. Ooh, child, the way God is out here doing these folks right about now. I want y'all to pay very close attention because you're about to see the biggest game of musical chairs. Everybody's about to flip flop on everybody. Uh, if he humbles DL to the point that DL has to say that Nikki is not crazy and he got to apologize to Nikki, or you see him backpedaling and trying to take back what he said about Rock Nation, just know somebody got a match under his feet. Said funny how the tables turned, the way DL Hughley was disrespecting Nikki when she was saying how Jay was behind everything. I wonder, will he be apologizing to her? Oh, damn, that's a hell of a question. Why is Jay acting like a slave owner in 2026? I don't think he's acting like a slave owner. I think he's acting like Samuel L. Jackson in Django. So you got to understand Samuel L. Jackson character in Django hated his counterparts more than the master of the plantation did because he gave them just this much more authority over them and he got to stay in the house. So he forgot that he was one of them. He went harder against the other slaves than Massa did. Yeah, very Uncle Ruckusy. Yeah, so child, look at this. Went from willing to work together, teamwork makes the dream work, to standing up against him. Heartbreak. Jay, you know you ain't got no damn heart, child, allegedly. No, you ain't got no damn heart for entertainment purposes. Yeah, the world, child, he gonna play the victim and drag this and see when he plays the victim, it's not about emotions because he barely has any outside of rage, hatred, disdain, things of that nature. It's he doesn't have good emotions, not from what I could see in my opinion. And even if he experiences joy, it's joy that comes at someone's agony. So you got the devil here and Three of Swords. And see what I mean? This talks about toxicity and obsession tied around heartbreak. So he's going to be like, that broke my heart when you spoke out about me, when you said this, when you said that. AKA, oh, so since you want to talk about me, okay, run it up then. Knight of Pentacles. This talks about a situation dragging out at work. So expect DL Hughley to be more vocal about this situation, speaking on it on the air. Um, I I don't really listen to, regular radio. So y'all tell me about it. I won't be surprised if I see a clip possibly sometime this week about DL Hughley announcing or addressing rather this situation because it feels like he's going to push on the air to call Jay-Z out on not standing with his people. Yep, King of Pentacles, Six of Cups. This lets me know he's going to talk about how he's made his money throughout the years, how he became who he was or who he is. Oh, okay. DL is feeling himself. He gonna run it down on you like, oh, okay, look, who ran away? Let's see, the Emperor and the High Priestess. So somebody wants to keep him very quiet. They want to keep him very quiet, and they will go all the way to, whoever, like I said, whoever is over his contract. So I would not be surprised if DL Hughley gets pulled into office by his program director because they went over his head. Mhm. Yep. And this is why it's because he knows DL Hughley may know some things about him, and he don't want him to get too comfortable speaking and some things come out while he's speaking at work that the public may not be privy to. Allegedly, allegedly, allegedly. Eight of Cups, Eight of Wands. Okay, so this right here is leading up into where we're going to go with let me pull out Jay-Z's deck. Okay. So he's got a lot of people walking away from him really, really fast. So Jay, the proper thing to do would be to go on a show that someone like DL Hughley and have a man on man conversation, because what he doesn't understand is there's a lot of people that feel some type of way about the way that he's moving in business, and they're not liking it. And if DL Hughley does this in a way where it's like a sound off type of thing, where he allows people to call in and give their opinion on how they feel, this is going to be detrimental, because you're going to hear a lot of opinions that are going to be very, very, very aggressive, very angry, people that are just not here for it with Jay. And this is definitely something where he didn't expect people to turn on him this way. The Nine of Pentacles falling under the King of Wands, the Five of Wands. So he's looking at this as an individual trying to fight against him, not understanding that this radio DJ is actually speaking for a plethora of people. He's speaking for his viewership, his listenership, his subscribership. This is a multitude of people that feel this way. Page of Cups and the Ace of Swords. Yeah, it's like he's getting a message back, and it's like, oh, you're going to be sorry for this. But it's like, sir, this is the truth. This is the truth. You need to face the truth. So he's shocked that people aren't as intimidated as they used to be when it comes to his name being mentioned. His name doesn't ring the bells that it used to ring, and it's causing a lot of anxiety over there, because it's like starting to set in that he's at the end of an era in his career. He's getting to the end of the road. It's not working out the way that it used to. He's not able to spin things the way that he used to. Yeah, he's being rejected, and it's like all of his past stuff is coming out, and it's going to be more and more stuff coming out about him. This is really a nasty descend for Jay-Z, because it's like these types of moments, the freestyle, this, this is going to be what we're going to see in a time capsule years and years and years from now when they break down the downfall of Jay-Z, the 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 breakdown of Sean Carter. So y'all, when they play all of this back, don't be surprised if this is in the B real footage when it comes to news affiliates and things like that. We're going to see this as the beginning of the downfall where he no longer has the eye of the people. King of Swords, the lovers. So here it is, D.L. Hughley. You went from talking about how Donald Trump is evil and all these things that need to be exposed, and we need to expose Trump. And now look at this. It went from exposing Trump to now you want to expose Jay-Z, and it's throwing you because you're hearing it in real time that you're starting to sound like the very president that you want to expose. How is this possible? You're starting to sound like you're with Team MAGA. Would you say the fall like Lucifer being cast out of the heavens? Crazy enough, you mentioned that Amethyst, that song that Kanye West produced for him. I want to say it was the very first one. The evils that Lucifer, son of the morning, I'm gonna cast you away from here. That sample to that song was a Cuban song talking about literally the devil being cast down. So yeah, and he used that sample and then turned around and cursed himself, in my opinion, because he quoted Psalms 37. I can't remember the verse, but the actual verse says, when the wicked perish, the meek will inherit the land. His verse said, when I perish, the meek will inherit the land, church. And then it goes off into the chorus with the sample playing. So he's already predicted that he's going to perish, and everybody who listened to that song and rapped that song with him and sang along with him helped to manifest that destiny as well. Said I heard you singing that, and as soon as I read that comment, well, he may have thought he was making a mockery of the Most High, but baby, made a mockery of himself. Eight of Pentacles. So it's like Jay's work is slowing down tremendously. He's out here trying to get that hustle for that muscle, trying to, step his game up, step his look up, step his imprint up. But child, it's like every time you look up, remember I told y'all, scandal after scandal after scandal after scandal after scandal. He's not going to be able to escape all these scandals. This is the beginning. But remember, I told y'all, the closer Tori gets to coming home, one is going to be coming out, the other one is going to be going in. They're going to pass each other like two ships in the night. And you'll know when the time is close to Tori coming home because you're going to see scandal after scandal after scandal for those people. You said the mojo doesn't work anymore. Mm-mm. Been deactivated. You got the Eight of Wands and the Wheel of Fortune, the Hierophant. Things are moving really, really fast, and he's trying to lock in business deals. He's worried about work, the money he's trying to get, because something's looming that's coming with court. So it's literally any day now, any day now. So wait a minute, let me get Jay's deck because I want to read it in Jay's own energy since this is literally going to be my last one of the evening because I'm hungry, y'all, and I made some dirty spaghetti and I'm about to go in there and eat as soon as I'm done. Thank you, Isaiah says Psalms 37, verse 11. So if you go to that book of Psalms and that verse, you're going to see exactly what he manifested in his own life against himself. It the original says, when the wicked perish, the meek will inherit the land. He stated, when he perished, the meek will inherit the land. Church. Now, mind you, the church is supposed to be considered the body of Christ. Now, if we're talking about the body of Christ, the real church are the ones that carry God in their spirit, in their heart, in their soul. Those are also the anointed. So think about the anointed that he has come across. And he said, when he perish, those are the people that are going to inherit everything. I don't think he realized what he spoke upon himself. He said that dirty spaghetti sounds delicious. It is. My stomach is trying to get up and go in the kitchen without me. Show me the energy around Jay-Z and his deal with Target. Say he straight up admitted he's wicked. Mm-hmm. Eight of Wands, things moving very, very swiftly, and it's juggling, imbalance. Not, yeah, it's like it's getting out of control. He didn't expect this to happen this way. The Lovers, didn't I tell y'all Gemini season was gonna come in? Literally fighting like Starkeisha. Gemini snatching edges. Everybody gonna be bald headed. Gemini season is coming to a halt. And it's like we're going to see this. We're going to see more messages of him not meeting public approval. And you got to understand, he's catching this flack from people that are, a part of where he's coming from. We're talking about, possible boule people. So, this is something that is going to be hella uncomfortable for him, because these are your people speaking against you right now. Hold on, let me clear this away. You say, hell, I need my little edges. Baby, the emperor is about to get exposed. Child, before it's all said and done, what's that story? The emperor has no clothes? Yeah, he's about to get exposed. Voltron getting bigger and bigger by the week. You never know who's gonna be a part of Voltron. And would you just say, Amanda, look at that? The devil, high priestess, all your darkest secrets, the things you didn't want us to know, look like they're about to start rolling out, like they're coming off the assembly line, allegedly and for entertainment purposes only. Also, the devil represents Scorpio, so he's going to have problems with a Scorpio pretty soon. This is also going to bring problems for an earth sign, his wife, and it's going to cause problems for any offers that she has and her public standing. I told y'all she was going to take strays. She was going to catch strays because of him. He's about to have her whole entire public perception mollywop. Ace of Wands is coming swiftly. Like, you doing this, people are looking at it as foolish. Why would you do this? I mean, I feel like little people with pitchforks are running across my table right now. He's pissed off. Yep, heartbreak. He had no idea that this one deal was going to upset this many people this way. Yep, this one choice. You said they guilty too. That's what the court of public opinion feels like. That's what they're saying. Well, all he was thinking about was the money. His wish fulfillment was to get to the money. Now, I don't know what the heck he got out of this deal with Target, or what he's supposed to get out of this deal with Target. Maybe it's one of those sweetheart type deals, to where if you can convince black folks to come back in Target, we'll throw you something on the back end for wrangling up all of the black people who don't mess with us no more and getting them to shop here again. I still think this is gonna backfire. This is gonna be a flop catastrophe. So, sir, you might mess around and not sell these vinyl and Target look even worse. Yep, because you was lusting over the money. Now you got to make an adjustment. Um, I don't know if this is Angela Winbush I'm hearing. It might be. I believe it is. I think this is back with Angela and Renee. I'm channeling music. That I love the dough more than you know. Gotta know what you know. I love the dough. Yeah, that's all he was thinking about was the money. Five of Wands. Yeah, he got a fight on his hands now, and it came at him fast. It's like with the death card that talks about, a transition. Things as he knows it are over. So if he thought that he was gonna just be able to walk around, you know, you know, throwing his weight around, those times are coming to an end. Said a reader says she thinks that if she's pregnant, she can't go to jail. People give birth in jail all the time. Child, you better start telling them you'll be messing around having that baby laid up on the damn gurney, handcuffed. They got a whole ward for that. What you said, a flop catastrophe is fucking fantastic. I'm using that daily moving forward. Yeah, this choice, what he chose to invest in, this is like he's shocked that people actually care this much. He thought this was going to be like the same energy allegedly as the NFL. Um no sir. Yesterday's price is not today's price. This is your tower. You thought too much of yourself. Look at that. Look at God just looking down. Leviathan. Just go get him, Leviathan. Tear him up. Look at Pebble Nation. Incinerated. So it's like now he's juggling. He doesn't know how to get the public back in the pocket, and he needs to get something in his pocket because that money is not moneying the way it used to. And it's not saying that he's not getting work. It's the type of work. It's the type of money. It's like everything is switching. So it's definitely an adjustment. He's not getting his way. He's not having his way, and it's happening quickly. Five of Swords, the devil. He child, he 38 hot about these comments, but he don't know how to address it and how to move forward. He knows he has to be careful with how he addressed DL Hughley, because if he addressed DL Hughley the wrong way, not only is he a well-known um, radio DJ, morning drive radio DJ. This is one of the kings of comedy. You don't want a king of comedy taking the opportunity to roast you down to the bone marrow and play dozens with you and really usher in the time period of you falling in the public, because it's when I tell you it's like a groundswell. It's getting louder and louder and louder. Uh-oh. We got the star here and the eight of cups. So it looked like he done walked away from the star. Okay. Y'all, that's another confirmation. He's walked away from the star. He's trying to rectify the situation, and he's going to try to use his wife in some type of way. They're saying flag on the play. No way, Jay. Okay. So if you're trying to use your wife to pop out and smooth this over, she's not gonna be able to do it. Grand opening, grand closing. Um, I do see, someone possibly trying to find out information on DL to give him a scandal, bring out things about him that people don't know, so that it can turn this narrative, turn the agenda. But child, I don't see that. actually, I don't see that working the way they want it to. Yeah, it can bring heartbreak, but at the same token, it puts fuel to the fire, and it would bring more public humiliation and embarrassment. But I do see somebody trying to embarrass DL Hughley for taking this stance so that he would shut up. This way they can neutralize him. Um, Ace of Pentacles in the Moon. Child, everybody about to get exposed. What the hell is going on? Everybody's secrets is up for grabs. Everybody draws is hanging out on the damn line. We're about to find out about everybody's clean and dirty laundry. Allegedly, allegedly, allegedly. Show me something with lust. Princess of Wands. Oh, this is about to get ugly. This is about to get ugly. Um, y'all, I gotta say for entertainment purposes only, okay? If Jay tries to throw his weight around in this situation and he tries to intimidate DL Hughley or tries to expose things about his family, DL Hughley is going to sound like the loudest MAGA supporter ever, and he's going to get to talking about um, things that might have to do with minors. Okay, child. I keep telling y'all, it's minors all across my table between peanut butter and jelly. And it's going to be more and more and more and more stories about minors. This is going to go super villain. Said Cat Williams' words still coming to light. Sheesh. Yeah, yeah. I mean, but that's because Cat Williams is actually a seer. He may not use that term, but he's a seer. That's why his words stick like hot grits. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe he said that years ago in an interview. I believe the term he used is clairvoyant. And that was before he got to really, really spilling tea. Yes, that listen. I can't even play it on here. Said 2020 or 2021, I think. Says so the lady that passed away today, who was the voice of Lilo from Lilo and Stitch, was a child actress and said that Diddy invited her to a party when she was 13. Child, what? After the MTV Movies Awards. Now, see what I said? More and more minors are going to be exposed between peanut butter and jelly. I keep telling y'all, it's you're gonna see every time you look up, here goes some sprinkled over here. Here goes some sprinkled over here. Oh, that's nasty. But we ain't supposed to believe that that 13-year-old couldn't have made it from the music hall or wherever that place was where they had the award show to that house. We're supposed to believe that that lady who just passed away, who worked in the industry, was invited at 13, but this other girl couldn't have possibly been invited anywhere at 13. That's that's very, very strange to me. This is why I said they should have left Busby alone as well. Four of Wands. He's got more public humiliation and shame coming to his marriage. It's like he's gonna put Bay through so much shame that people are gonna be mad at her if she doesn't file for divorce. Like people are literally not gonna buy her products, not gonna buy tickets to her show, not gonna buy her albums. Her fans are really gonna put their foot on her neck. Like, listen, you don't leave him, we're leaving you. It's gonna get real tight for Bay. It really is. It's gonna get real tight for her. Um, and to be honest with y'all, I don't see her ever leaving him, not the divorce way. She'll leave this realm before she leaves him. The Chariot. June, we're about to get some more blockbuster information. Anybody know when he's supposed to be dropping this new album? Because this is all supposed to be the anniversary of Reasonable Doubt, which child Reasonable Doubt is going to be the album that literally made and ruins him. Said he must have her in a blood pact or something, bewitched her soul. Interesting. I'm just telling y'all, spiritually, I do not see that she will leave him the way that people want her to. I already told y'all what the angels told me about how these two will separate. We'll just have to wait and see how it happens. But the way God explained it to me, and I've said this before and I say it again, one will be judged before man, the other one will be judged before God. My interpretation of that is one's going to go through the legal system, through the court. The other one has to go before God in another realm to be judged in the spirit realm. Yeah, we've got Three of Cups here. He celebrated too soon. That was his tower. Um, yeah, the gossip is about to be crazy because now if he really decides to go to war with DL Hughley, um, urban media can't help him. They'll just have to report on it because the blogs cannot drown out radio, especially a radio DJ of such prominence like DL Hughley. They're not going to be able to do it. Yep. Hierophant and Fortune. So he's really depending on receiving a very large amount of money from a court case. He's really depending on winning this large amount of money from this court case for someone disparaging him. And if this is Busby, child, I suggest you ease on down the road. Cause I don't see you getting what you want, but I see Busby getting what he wants, and he's determined. Yeah, child, expect him to either pop out with new music with his wife and new music with Megan, or a new song that has him, his wife, and Megan, literally a collaboration. He's going to lean on the women around him to help him. That makes sense because when you think about it, Foxy turned him up, from Ain't No to Big Bad Mama. It looks like night and day when you look at how he was dressed and how he was put together from one video to the next. So he's gonna lean on the women to help pull him out of this. Not gonna work. Knight of Pentacles. People just are not into him like that anymore. It's not going to sell the way he thinks it's going to sell. His numbers are going to be embarrassing. Like you supposed to be a legend and your numbers looking like who? Okay. Said he can't glamour the public anymore. Four of Pentacles talks about being hella stubborn. DL Hughley, like I said, he pokes the bear. This man is going to be religious about getting up, talking about him in the morning. This this is going to be a battle of who has the strongest will. Knight of Cups. So somebody could, have a secret offer behind closed doors for them to sit down and come to an agreement because the last thing he wants DL Hughley to do is mobilize the people against him. But it looks like, sir, your parking meter just ran out because whatever effect that you used to have on people, you don't have anymore. This talks about you being rejected, the Four of Cups. So nobody's, yeah, independent, Eight of Cups. Yeah, people gonna walk away from him. He's about to start seeing what it's like to get rejected. First time ever in his career, he's gonna be humbled. He's gonna be rejected. There, people are no longer gonna lower their gaze when he walks in the room. People are gonna start saying stuff with their chest. He's not gonna be able to control the narrative anymore. And this is scary. He's never been in a moment in his career where he couldn't make a phone call or email or talk to somebody and get what he wanted, allegedly. So, child, this is it's looking like wow, how the mighty have fallen or are currently falling. Like one of the biggest things that you're going to hear from people is 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you would have never heard people speak about the Carters this way. You would have never imagined that you would have heard people jeopardizing their careers and their jobs to talk about the Carters this way. This is going to be one of the biggest things that you're going to hear all of 2027 and 2028. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you would have never heard anybody speak about the Carters this way. But they're going to end up becoming some of the largest content for global content, period. Like, this is all people are going to talk about. I'll get to that when I get to that, Lily. Y'all be y'all be thinking that I just be chilling. Y'all don't understand. I'm your girl be booked. So whenever you see me put up deep dives, I gotta do it in between clients. So I got a list. Um, we're gonna get an influx because I'm getting a lot of messages channeled. So I gotta get the messages out while I'm channeling. But there's gonna be an influx on readings that have to do with Jay-Z. Um, I've written them down. Hold on. Let me see where I wrote it. Okay, so we got Jay-Z versus Kanye, Jay-Z versus Bobby Smurder, Jay-Z versus 50 Cent, and we got another Pink Print versus the Blueprint coming out. So they're gonna come up throughout the week. So it's just gonna be in between clients. So these are going to get pushed to the front because it's like I'm already receiving the downloads. So I got to get it out while it's coming. That blueprint versus the pink print is going to be very interesting because I didn't expect that to turn into a series, but it deserves an update because now that Nikki is aligned with MAGA and Elon, Jay is over there wearing lucky clovers and messing up freestyles and pissing people off at Target. It definitely has changed the power dynamic between the two. So, you know, the podcast that Nikki just did, I think that the timing that they released it was epic. The timing that they released it couldn't have been at a better moment because here it is, this drops, and then here's the information coming out with him in Target and the celebration of the 20 years for Reasonable Doubt. And here it is, Nikki gets humanized while Jay is getting dragged from sea to shining sea by everybody because you got to realize right now, like when this first started, people were just like, okay, well, we're going to boycott Target, right? It was just about Target. Now you have whole movements that are boycotting Asian businesses right now due to that Asian content creator who dared Black people to protest Asian businesses. So now that you have people in the spirit of standing up, the spirit of protest, this was the worst time that he could have done this because people are really, really serious about how they feel about who is not supporting the Black community. So they tearing him up on TikTok. I've been cracking the fuck up. Listen, child, is just the beginning. I promise you. I promise you, this is just the beginning. I told y'all were gonna see scandals after scandals after scandals. I told y'all that 3 years ago. And then you gotta look at Gavin Newsom, child. Gavin, Gavin Pooh. Child, you out there with your wife talking about Donald Trump is picking on me. They over here messing with me. And we found out it was Biden. Biden started that order, which I used to call him Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe wasn't asleep that day. He took him a good nap, got his ass up, and started putting in all these damn executive orders. Like when I tell you this is the best episode of Scandal that Shonda Rhimes never wrote. This makes us want to go back and rewatch Scandal. Because how in the world do you get out here talking about he picking on you and your wife after you already went to that economic council meeting and tried it and had the president playing the dozens with you? Had everybody like this has to be AI. It is no way the president just sat up here and said that you just sat on your little cuckold seat because you like to watch and you got a little Paquito. It's no way this is real. And it was. Oh my gosh. So think about it, y'all. This man is windmilling for dear life, trying to make us think that Trump is only messing with him because he wanted to run for president. But he's failing to admit to himself, let alone the people, that the state of California is not happy with him and what he has done as a governor overall. whether Trump's in office or not. Your own state don't even like you. These people are not voting for you again. Why should we trust you with running the United States of America when you have ran one of the most wealthiest states in America into the concrete? So watching Gavin go down is going to be explosive. And I'm saying that because what's going to happen if they find a Rock Nation and Gavin Newsom tie? And let's say that tie could be tied to prison systems, court systems. That's not going to just help Tory. That's going to flip the entire prison infrastructure of California. You should have just let Tory go. You should have just signed that paper and let Tory go. But y'all got to remember when Moses went off into Egypt to tell Pharaoh to let my people go, Pharaoh didn't let the people go. Look at all the plagues that had to come where he just got tired of being plagued. Like every time I look up, God sending locusts, he everything. Every time I turn around, it's a plague. Fine, take them. And then what happens? He takes them. The sea is parted so everybody can leave, and then he wants to renege on the agreement and send his army in there to attack them as they leaving, and got destroyed. Y'all, we're literally looking at what can be considered the new Bible. And we're watching all these wicked people go down with no chance of coming back. It's gonna be so epic, people are gonna be flabbergasted like I never would have thought in a million years. And you're going to know that it's real when you see the verbiage of the context of how they're discussed change. When you see the content creators start changing their narrative and they're no longer, deriding, you're going to know that it's changed because these people are not trying to be a part of a narrative that can get them canceled as well. Definitely the end of an empire. Oh yes, there's so many pharaohs. They all about to go down though. Damn, Byla. I don't even know if I should. I don't even know if I should read that one out loud. Oh man, said people are tired. Yeah, said Meek was the face of their prison reform project. So think about that. If Meek is the face of the prison reform project, right? And then we start to find out the truth about Meek and the things that Meek was doing, especially things that he was doing to Nikki. How is that going to look that you hid what Nikki could have been going through to save an agenda that was built on reform for a person that wasn't reformed? Because if he was currently mistreating her and harming her, where was the reform? Not musty Meek is done. Damn, damn, damn. I'm gonna pull my last few cards because I know I ain't got no business eating this late, but I'm about to go eat this late, y'all. Yep. Jay is about to start facing public scrutiny and rejection, and this is gonna send him juggling, trying to figure out what to do to keep his stability. He never thought in a million years he'd be in this position, but he is. Yep, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth is coming out. Is going to bring public shame, humiliation, and regret. Prince of Cups, Five of Pentacles. Yeah, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Everything's alleged and for entertainment purposes only, but expect this man to be reduced all the way down to having a plea deal, having to take a plea deal and having absolutely nothing, not a single dime to your pocket, nothing but the shirt that you got on your back when you go into processing. So it's only a matter of time. We're in a countdown. He's getting closer and closer and closer to judgment. He can feel the heat on his back, and he's not escaping it like he thought he was. He never thought ever that he would have public scrutiny, especially in the Black community. And whoever it is that's been working behind him, you got to understand they're also going to work with the parts of the Black community that are going to dismantle him as well. So remember, I said Boule members, don't be surprised if you start hearing Boule members speak against him because they've gotten orders from daddy. Remember, I told y'all he's going to be dismantled and deactivated from the fatherhood, not the brotherhood. So if you see anybody that appears to be the brotherhood speaking, they got permission from the fatherhood, allegedly. Said he pissed off MAGA and now Democrats. So yeah, um, yeah, said they exposed he was a Mason. Well, they didn't expose anything. He already said he was a Mason. If you go through his projects, he lets it be known when he became 33 and a third. He put that in his music. So I don't think a lot of people currently, thought about him being a Mason because people like, Jay-Z as far as, what he represents, like the opulence of J and Bay. They don't pay attention to, who Jay really is as a person or what he said in his catalog. That's how I know people when they say that they fans of somebody, you couldn't be a fan of them if you don't know their catalog. So for a lot of these people that take up for him, they take up for him because they want to be like him when they grow up. Ah, all righty. So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. Get up out of here, y'all, because I am hungry, and I know I ain't got no business eating this late, but I'm about to. So I want to thank you all for joining me here for Allegedly Wednesday, where all things said are alleged and for entertainment purposes only. If you'd like to book a reading with me, please email me at angelkissestheoracle@gmail.com. Let me know in the email if you'd like a morning or afternoon appointment. And, if your availability is better for the weekend, also let me know that as well. A 30-minute reading is 44, an hour reading is 88, an ancestral reading is 111, and a criminal aid reading is 250. So I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. Many blessings to all of you. Um, Child, listen, be prepared, everybody, because things are going to move very fast from here. 2027 is going to be a very, very emotional year. And it's going to be emotional because you're going to start to hear the testimonies, the accounts. They're going to start coming out in 2027, 2028, when people get to testifying, because folks are going to testify 2027 to 2028. It's going to be very emotionally jarring, very, very emotionally jarring. Oh, I said, love you. I'm going to sit back and listen to the whole live. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. But yeah, I want all of you to consider your mental and emotional health before you get wrapped up into reading the legalities. Because when the legalities come out and we're able to really delve into these stories, it's going to be really, really rough, really emotional. So if you need to take a break, from the internet or from reading the dockets, from the testimonies, do what you need to do to preserve your mental and emotional health because it's about to get very, very, very murky, very nasty. And to all the men that have to come forward, um, many blessings to all of them because I can't imagine what it's like to be in their position and have to come forward and share these kinds of things. And women, you're going to have to be respectful because you're going to hear a lot of SA and DV things that are attached to men. And I feel like they deserve the same justice and the same respect as any other victim. Well, hello, Eric Pearson. You show up when I'm on my way out the door. I'm leaving. I'm about to go eat. So, yeah, y'all, keep a pulse on your mental health, your spiritual health, and know when you need to tap out because a lot of this information that's going to come out, it's going to be very depressing, very sad, very depressing, but it has to come out. It has to come out. You have to tell the truth to shame the devil. Oh, you said you'll buy me something to eat. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. You don't have to buy me nothing to eat, at least not this time. I'm about to go in this kitchen and eat what I cook. I keep this double chin for a reason. But y'all have a wonderful evening. Membership, I will see you tomorrow night, no later than 7:30. And everybody else, I will see you on Friday night for Allegedly Fridays. And we're going to be on YouTube and we're going to do an after party show over on Twitch where we can talk grown folks business and, cut up and do our little shenanigans on Friday. So, y'all have a wonderful evening. Many blessings to all of you. Take care of yourself and take care of the ones that are close to you that you love. Because I promise you on everything, when these stories start to come out, they're going to be heartbreaking. Just is what it is. Oh, you said you will miss me. Oh, mwah, 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 mwah. Good night, y'all. I'm going to eat.